All right, so I woke up this morning and I totally flipped out because I thought that I had missed my flight. My flight's not till tomorrow, and you know how that goes, right? You're like, it's like you're pissed off about something, and that hasn't even happened. So it absolutely always throws me off, like every single time. For some reason, my brain just always gets fucked up with air travel, because I traveled a lot in the military, and the last thing you ever want in the military is to miss a flight, because that's a big fucking deal. Depending on where you're going, that's a big fucking deal. So I used to always, if I had to be somewhere to catch a military flight, I would like specifically try to get there like half a day early. Yeah, it kind of sucks, but I pay for a hotel room out of pocket just so I'm there. But yeah, this morning I woke up and I was like, fuck, I missed my flight. And then I put my head back down. And then I was like, oh, you didn't miss your flight, but you didn't fucking check in for your flight. So I had to get back up, fucking check in for the flight. Not that it mattered. All the years that I've been flying Southwest, I've gotten boarding positions 1, 2, and 3 one time. The rest of the time, we always end up getting 2, 3, and 4. Like, somebody always beats us. Like, I want to know who the fuck really wanted. Although tomorrow should be another one of those wonderful situations where Southwest Airlines refuses to like police the Jesus Jetway people, and these people piss me off. The one flight, there were like 9 people that needed a wheelchair to get on the flight. And then when we got to Orlando, because they don't want to have to wait to deplane, 7 of the 9 that needed priority boarding got deplaned before their wheelchairs were even there. And then people wonder why Southwest has made changes. Well, that's it right there. They can't sell business class priority boarding seats if you paid extra money to be at the very front of the plane and you end up 7 rows back. That's 42 people ahead of you, but you had boarding ticket 2, 3, and 4. So Southwest has now gone to assigned seating, which they haven't started yet. I believe that starts after January. But people were mad about it. It's like, well, if you're fucking mad about it and you're one of the people that were abusing it, well, then you have no fucking reason to be mad. But yeah, I fly out tomorrow. I'm really, really, really excited because I'm taking Gizmo to Halloween Horror Nights. I can't believe I've been doing Halloween Horror Nights so many years that Gizmo is now old enough to be going with me. Melly Umpkin would be going with me, but she's got her own, she's got to be here. Number 1, she's got college. Number 2, she's got to get herself into an apartment. I think we found her a place. And man, I will say, I said this yesterday on my politics show. Right now, I feel bad for anybody that's trying to get into an apartment, because landlords are out their fucking minds. They found like 10 places, and all the places want them to do the application fee before they get to see the place. Well, the application fee is how they make extra money, because they get $50-$60 a person to do the application fee. Well, it's not like they're paying. I mean, they're paying to have access to the credit reporting and all that, but it's not like it's costing them $60 to run your credit, because most apartment complexes they buy the service to get the basic credit report. Now, some of them that don't have a really high turnover, that have a lot of 3-year clients, they do incur the cost, because they charge you $50 for the fee, or they charge you $60 for the application fee, but they pay 50 of that to somebody who does it on their behalf, and then the $10 is basically the handling of the paperwork, which I still think is bullshit. I never did that. I never charged people an application fee. I thought that was just a cost of doing business. What? So once Human added in what Rail affectionately calls another war crime gun, I affectionately refer to it as the Geneva Suggestions. The P90 is absolutely, positively broken. Without a doubt, this gun is broken. I can kill the Forsaken Giant in 29 seconds if everything goes right, and the gun's not even in its final form yet, and I can kill the Forsaken Giant in 29 seconds. So that's just stupidly broken. That shouldn't be a thing at all. Application fees always make me think someone in the office has a side hustle. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I understand the application fee is something that some places need to have, but like I said, when I had properties, I did my best to not have tenant turnover. Get good tenants in, have reasonable prices, reasonable rates, and that way you're not rotating the unit every year. It was funny, I was talking to a guy who landlords down here, and he was complaining that he can't get tenants to stay for more than a year. Oh, where's the face cam? Oh shit, there it is. I didn't even notice that my ugly mug wasn't on the fucking screen. Yeah, I'm about to drop 2 or 3 grand on first and last, and you're telling me you're worried about $50. That's, you know, that's kind of why I did my rentals the way I did them. Because if I'm asking for first, last, and the security deposit, chances are I'm not going to get a bunch of people that are going to be shitbirds anyway. I'm going to be getting people that are very much so not shitbirds. Simply because you're not going to have people wanting to even apply there. And it was really simple. First, last security deposit, which is 1 month's rent, and no exceptions. Like, that's actually, like, first, last, no exceptions. So then when people are like, well, I was wondering if, no, because you clearly, I don't want you as a tenant now, because you clearly don't understand what the phrase no exceptions means. Because there's a reason I do it this way, and no exceptions. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but being a landlord kind of sucks. with today's fucking landlords ruining it for everybody. It's like that place that I told you, they conned my daughter and her two friends out of about an extra $2,400. And they know damn well what they did. They also know damn well that I know what they did. And they're kind of thinking maybe sort of they should give my daughter her money back. And I told them, I said, look, you give my daughter her money back, my problem goes away. I don't give a fuck about her friends. Her friends bailed on her, left her with holding the bag on the utilities. But, you know, charging people money to break their lease is fine. But you can't charge people to break their lease, fill the unit, and then still collect money. Charging people money to break the lease is simply saying, you owe me till the end of the lease, but I'll prorate it. You move out now, gives me the days to flip the unit, and then if I fill the unit, I will give you back the difference. But some landlords are under the impression that that's not how it works. You know, getting up here was a lot easier when we had the anti-gravity event. Two, three, okay. Yeah, so unfortunately my daughter had to learn the lesson the hard way about what to do and what not to do with landlords. But now she's more savvy. There's a place in town that we know the owner of the property. Yeah, I'm gonna, when I'm back from vacation, I'm gonna completely change the layouts now that they're not one of the best changes they made is that the permanent servers are now actually permanent. The way they had it before, man, I couldn't handle it anymore. Every week logging in, and you might have to take down all of your pumps. It's nice that the permanent servers are now permanent. It would be nice if the deviation merging followed any kind of like logical sense, but unfortunately it doesn't. Is this a good way to learn life, isn't it? Getting slapped on the wrist with a mistake that doesn't destroy you, but makes it kind of a pain in the ass to not repeat it. Well, unfortunately, fucking up your first rental is not always a slap on the wrist. Because if they need to evict you, but yeah, that's the best way to learn in life is, through pain. If you learn something and the lesson is painful, you're very unlikely to repeat that thing, that whatever action you took that caused the pain. Oh, they fixed it so your pumps don't get destroyed anymore? Well, that's good. But no, one of the big reasons the military does the training the way they do it is, and the military trains in a way of peer pressure, peer humiliation, self-humiliation, peer pressure. There's a reason why when somebody in the military fucks up, everybody does push-ups. Because number one, you're gonna not fuck up again because you just caused everybody to do push-ups. Number two, if you're getting hollered at, that's embarrassing. Can I get down here? Thank you. So if you're getting hollered at, you don't want that to happen to you again. So you're not going to repeat whatever it was you did, but you're also not going to repeat whatever it was that the other guy did. If the other guy's getting hollered at... Oh shit, there's one to my side. That was really bad timing. Oh, he ran all the way around? Jerk. Wow, damn, I need to go back and get the dog. I can't do this with holding aggro. Go get the dog. Ah. Oh, that's right. I was like, that was weird. I normally don't spawn in there. When you respawn at your base, you respawn on the territory control unit. But no, they've done a ton of things to fix this game. I'm really excited with the changes. Although, I think they're going to get themselves sued. Because even they're referring to their pale world as Pokemon. I'm like, don't do that. Don't fucking do that. That's a bad fucking plan. Everyone excited for Halloween? Excited for Halloween. The people in my neighborhood go all out for Halloween. I would, but I'm always gone the second week of October, and we've got some punk ass kids in the neighborhood now. And the parents of these punk ass kids aren't understanding how life works. You can tell by the music. Yeah, I love Halloween. In fact, I got Jack Skellington on my shirt. I got Jack Skellington on my shoulder. Jack Skellington was my birthday cake. I love Halloween. And you should know this because I say we could fix the calendar by going to 13 months of 28 days, and then for leap year, we just have Halloween too. What are we going to do every 4 years? An extra day of Halloween? Because who doesn't want an extra day of Halloween? What would be my costume of choice without price? And a better Jack Skellington. I have a Jack Skellington head in a blazer, but I would want a much better Jack Skellington headpiece. I would want like a hard plastic one instead of a soft foam one. And if not that, then I will say what I think would be a badass Halloween costume would be a xenomorph from the Aliens franchise. I've seen some cosplayers pull those off, and they're amazing. Did I get your attention? Oh, wait. He wants you. That is very hard to do. The people I've seen pull that off have said their costumes are very, very heavy. Very heavy. See, this right here, if you build your base right here and the shepherd spawns, the shepherd should be fucking your base up. Like, you should come back and your base should be significantly damaged. That is the next evolution they need to do in this game. They need to bring the base management back to be meaningful. So if you leave, like, I'm always hesitant to say copy what another game has done, but truthfully, sometimes you have to copy what another game has done because they've done it the best. Benchmark what 7 Days to Die has done, and change your mob AI so that your mobs don't just stand there. Like, they need to bring back base destruction. They do. Maybe they don't put it in all scenarios, but they need to bring back a scenario where base defense is a thing. Like on the Lunar Night, your base should get, if you're online during a Lunar event, your base should be tagged for potentially to get attacked. I think the way you do that is like I've talked about in the past. During the Lunar event, your base authority, I don't even know what the fuck the thing to call it is, the thing that allows you to have a base, starts to fill up with lunar essence. And you can make it take 7 days to fill up completely. Well, what you do is at any time you can purge it to take it back to 0. So like for me, if I was going on vacation, what I would do this morning is I would tag my base and I would empty it so that I know that my base won't get attacked while I'm offline when it fills up to completely full. But the fact that we build bases and they're never vulnerable kind of takes out the whole point of a survival game. Are there certain genres that have base management where decaying bases shouldn't exist? In games with combat, not talking about Hello Kitty Island. Yes, there are. When a game like Arcade has open world housing. It has base building because effectively you build like an apothecary house or a weapon crafting house or a trade pack house, but there's no necessity to have those houses be attacked because those are open world housing, not base building. As opposed to what we have here, which was originally organically a survival game. And I think you can get away with doing it if you make it optional rewards. If you make it optional rewards and you can opt out of it. Like, I don't want to participate in this content. Cool, don't participate in it. And people are like, well, I don't want to be excluded. Well, you already are, because if you don't do what I'm doing right now, you don't accumulate whispers, so you don't fill up this bar. You also don't participate in this. After seeing what they can do with AI and the SCP servers, All they would have to do is combine the monster attack from Lunar and the spawn point from SCP, mix in some base destruction, and this would get a lot more interesting. Yeah. I'll also say 7 Days to Die has a very good mob AI system. It's gotten better since the game was first launched. When the game first launched, the mob AI was pretty fucking terrible. But over the years it got better. Especially like I had a long running 7 Days to Die. I got up into nearly, I either got to like 200 days or I was just shy of 200 days. And by the time, and I had set it so that my blood moons were max mobs, max difficulty, and I went through on one particular blood moon almost 100,000 rounds of ammo between myself and all of my base defense guns. And in the end, the only thing that was still alive at my base, the only thing that was still in place was like the keep, like the inner core part of my base. And I was like, I don't think I could possibly defend my base from the next one, because I don't have time to make concrete and bullets and rebuild, and I didn't. I barely got the base back to as efficient as it was. Well, with 7 more days in the blood moon, or 7 more days in the game, and the mobs getting more difficult, they steamrolled my base on the last one. Like, I was firing fucking rocket launchers and not, I was firing a rocket launcher into a group of them and maybe taking off 10-12% of their health. And I was just like, I like it. I like it. It's good. Because the point of 7 Days to Die is it tells you the punchline of the game in the title. You're going to die. There's no question. You're going to die. It's just a matter of on what day 7. And then a while ago, maybe 2-3 years ago, they made a great change. The blood moon can vary. It doesn't have to be on the 7th day. It could be on the 5th day. You can set, I think, if I understand everything correctly, it's not 7 days interval between blood moons. You can set the variation, and then you can set the number of days between. So you could get a blood moon, and then 3 days later get another blood moon, and you're like, well, shit. That's what a game like Once Human needs. It needs more threat. Project Zomboid is amazing. Yeah, Project Zomboid is ultimately exactly that. This is how you died. I would love to build out a real base like that Once Human, but we need like a 4 times territory. Probably. The one big problem we found in Way of Winter is that you just don't have enough power to defend a base on all sides. You just get overwhelmed because, and they would have to go through, they would have to tweak the guns, they would have to balance the base defense. But no, Project Zomboid is an amazing example of this. It's not about living. Project Zomboid is very much you're already a Walking Dead person. How much fun did you have before that death occurred? That I think makes for a great game. I think it makes for a very great, very, very unique setting, very, very unique gameplay style, because there's no question. Like, you never got far. Most people don't. It's not an easy game. It's not a forgiving game. move my ass if I'm gonna get the last one of the night. Funk. Oh yeah, it's a bit janky around the edges, absolutely. He will probably disappear on me. Yep. Modders have done an amazing job of patching the rough spots. Yeah, I've changed my stance on modders over the years. I used to be against the idea of heavy modding in games. But then I kind of fell in love with Crusader Kings 3 and the mods that people have put out for that. And the mods people have put out for Crusader Kings 3 are amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. So now I have a different stance on modding. What I do think, Paradox games have some of the best mods ever made. Absolutely. One thing I would like to see happen more, though, with Paradox mods, is I would like to see them do what they've already done with CK3 and pay modders and buy the mod so that they can directly incorporate it. I mean, technically they don't have to pay you. I don't think people understand. Like, it's in the modding agreement. Like, you're basically writing a mod, and if they decide to take the idea of your mod and turn it into actual content, they don't have to compensate you. But it's good if they do. It's a good thing for them to compensate you, because then it shows, like, we're working with our community. I remember there was a guy who contacted Tryon, and he said to Tryon, I can basically give you and XL Games the solution to almost all of your exploits for like $10,000. And they were basically like, haha, get fucked. There's no way. And so instead of them getting an answer, no, they can't just add it to the base game. Well, for CK3, they almost have to follow the technical aspect for CK3 specifically because of how CK3 runs. And I do agree for other games, not necessarily. But they don't need to take it directly, but they take the idea and they incorporate the idea. Like, people really love this mod. Okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to take that mod and we're going to incorporate the base idea of that mod into the game. Yeah, the workshop is an idea factory, absolutely. But it's good for public perception if they say, this person came up with this mod and like 94% of you use it, so we're going to incorporate, we're going to talk to that person. Like, a lot of the cosmetic appearance DLCs, the $4.99 DLCs, they came from a modder. You mean that we could have had flying Thomas the Tank Engine dragons in Skyrim all along? I mean, you could have. So yesterday, I ran the Forsaken Giant 60 times to get a mod upgrade. And what ended up happening is I ran it 60 times so that I would get enough mods to get maybe 5 attempts. And then I got pretty much the mod I wanted. I would have preferred if damage against great ones was purple instead of weapon damage reduction. But it was nice to get a mod outright that was a big improvement. I have two more mods to step improve, and then the horrible grind of 1 in 10,000 chance begins. And I already did that on my precision set, on multiple mods for my precision set, but unfortunately I thought when the P90 came out, when this submachine gun came out, that they were gonna fix the precision weak spot, and instead they made a gun that does bullseye, builds crit. So and now I'll be nice, even though I shouldn't be. Never invite people to this till after I've done the bonus. People are dumb and they can't read. Yeah, Rail's been having a shit of a time getting mod upgrades. And then Rail had gone elemental. And then one of these days they need to fix how elemental weapons work, because bosses still don't seem to take the appropriate elemental status damage, especially Frost and Burn, when they don't get the dot, so they're not taking ticks. Well, that's the whole part of it. They're not going to do the $4.99 cosmetic DLCs anymore though, because of backlash. I hadn't heard that they'd gotten backlash from the CK3 community. To my knowledge, the CK3 community was okay with those because they had come from a modder. They didn't come from the company. But different circles, I guess. I will say, I really like CK3 Coronations. However, Coronations is broken as shit. Coronations allows you to make a pledge. Well, there's some bugs, but there's also some intended features that are just overpowered. Making a pledge for like scientific advancement, and then getting to put a university at a location that normally doesn't have a university. The building pledge did not work the last time I played. Oh, it worked the last time I played. And I played the weekend it came out. I did the building pledge, and because I already had I had gotten lucky early in the character's life, like the first year of the character's ascension, I had gone to university and I got my level 5 trait by like, I got the max at the university visit by like 1 XP, and I got my 5th trait. And so when I did my coronation, it was have everybody on your council have more than 20 stat points, have your level 5 education trait, and if you do that, if you complete, you can build a university in a domain of your choice. So what you're telling me is that if I do this, I don't have to do all the other ass pain to get a university? Yes, please. Because then I just go raiding. A raiding I will go. Technically, you could spam universities all over then. No. Because, remember, it only works... it only works when you coronate to king and coronate to emperor. No, I don't know. I haven't tried. If you change your primary title, can you have another coronation? I haven't looked at that, because other games came out. But, I mean, I suppose maybe. Rail had a really great idea this morning. Instead of having to play this game, they need to put in a button. If I have all the star crown necessary, just let me hit a button that says collect all. I don't have to play whack-a-mole. If you play elective or administrative realm, yeah. You can lose your top title, absolutely. Oh yeah, in that case, then you could. You're absolutely right, then you could do that. Unfortunately, with all the star crown they give us, I feel like there's no progression in Once Human. I feel like there's no meaningful progression. That, like, the only meaningful progression is RNG. And RNG progression always feels terrible. When your progression is based on mods and that's it, that feels kind of bad. That feels really kind of shitty. RNG progression can feel good if it's not the primary. Yeah, RNG progression can feel really good if it's not the primary means of progression. Absolutely. Like when you get that random improvement, you're absolutely right. That feels really good. Like I said, if somebody put me in charge of game design, then what I would do is I would do, here's the big giant scary mob, and it drops this really nice shiny, we'll call legendary weapon, and it has a 5% drop chance. Well, so then it would have a 5% drop chance to drop this, or a 95% chance to drop that. Well, that times 40 equals a bound version of that. Meaning if you're going out there and you're fighting that ugly motherfucker all the time, you get rewarded either directly by RNG or you get rewarded through perseverance. Because you went and you fought the guy. Now, why do I say times 40? Well, because if you go out there 20 times, you should get it in 20 tries. But if you have really, really shitty RNG, you go out there 40 times, but it also creates the opportunity. What if you've gone out there 29 times and then you finally get the drop? Well, you've got these 29 out of 40 tags. Well, you can go out there 11 more times, get the bound version, and then sell the drop. I think there's some room to be a little bit more rewarding. Just a touch. Just a touch. I think some games forget that they're video games. Okay. As soon as they added the account-wide blueprint collection, progression went out the window. Also true. What we're gonna do... Okay. So now we have... we have 184, so we can probably move something along. I'll try that. I don't know if we'll be able to do that, but we'll try. Did I just... Oh, yeah, stupid. What are you thinking? What to do? Oh yeah, nowhere near enough. Let's... You... Get a second level out of this? No. What do we got? 134. Well, that should take... maybe. 82 on the last Valor? Okay. Where's the last Valor? And we'll go to... Nope. Yep. Armor blueprints. What did we just get? We got Lone Wolf. Oh. We can take the boots up. We'll do that. In what world is a loaf of bread 20 pounds? In the world where they want you to not carry a bunch of stuff with you. Hardy gloves. I don't think I can get these. Huntsman. Those scarves are really slowing me down, man. Yeah. Sharp edge pants. Nope. To some degree, I don't like static loot tables for best in slot items because it creates an ecosystem in the game where people just do the same content over and over to farm it, which I personally think is poor design. But then I'll challenge you back with, what's the alternative? Because what you don't want is, you don't want every mob to have a random loot table, because then nobody knows what to farm. You could go a different direction. You can go a totally different direction where mobs never drop items, where mobs only drop potential crafting mats. And then you can do the same thing that I talked about. That mob can drop a red scale, and it has a 5% chance to drop an undamaged red scale, or a 95% to drop a damaged one, but then you still have the same problem. You've just changed the flavor. You could also do procedurally generated dungeons. You could make it so that bosses swap loot tables with each other when you fail or succeed with one of them, for example. Right, but now I want to ask you a question. I succeed at the boss during the daytime, okay? So, I'm a retired dude. So, Jay is retired. I don't know why I put it. So, I run at both morning and night. Jesus Christ. Come on, man. Know your letters. So, I'm a retired dude, and I run in the morning, and I run at night. So, I go to the big ugly fucking dude, right? With my morning crew, with the daytime, with the Europeans. I clear this content. So now, when I go at night with the Americans, what loot table is he on? Because I'm in the party, is his loot table shifted? Are we going to do the loot table based on the party leader? Because I don't think it's fair to put a rotating loot table that can be easily exploited by not having me be the party leader. Because then I need the steampunk set, and he drops the chest, so I get it, and now I'm in the party, so his loot table changes. Now he drops the steampunk gloves by virtue of me being in the party. I don't think there's a good alternative. I think the better alternative is this. I think the better alternative is, and hear me out here, there should only be 2 tiers of gear. There should be everyday, normally acquirable gear, and there should be legendary gear. And once a dungeon has been cleared for the first time, it goes on a timer. So people have been trying for weeks to clear the Verona Cookie dungeon. Somebody finally clears it. Now that dungeon goes on a 72-hour timer. And ironically, the loot dropout lockout is 96 hours. So now, you went outside of the town, you went to a cave. The cave is the Verona Cookie Cave, and it's got the Verona Cookie Monster in it. Somebody kills him, the dungeon goes on, 72-hour countdown, which means in 72 hours, that content goes away. Maybe it moves to another part of the server, maybe it goes back into the library of content. After that, the player's decisions, choices, whatever, determines what, if anything, will move into that location. Maybe if they keep patrolling it, nothing more than basic goblins show up at that cave. But maybe when people stop being diligent about it, a pack of necromancers or a dragon or, you know, cave trolls or whatever move in there. I understand what you're saying. And I don't think very many games ever address that because they want ladder progression for their gear, for their game. They want very very specific progression. They want very specific development. I don't mind grinding the same content for something. You get better and more efficient at doing it. Games need loops to keep you engaged. I don't think games need loops. I think games use loops because the alternative is a game company would have to have a fuck ton of content developed before launch. And most game companies can't afford to develop that much content before launch. Remember, the reason why you can only get one piece of gear drop in Final Fantasy's dungeons is because they don't want you to be grinding through it and then not subscribe to the game. Good players go through content at a crazy speed, right? So then what you end up having happen is you end up building deliberately unclearable content for the simple purpose of keeping people engaged, which is equally bad. But I think it all boils down to game companies don't do enough to get in your way to getting, like, Final Fantasy XI, The Chains of Promethea did an amazing job of creating content that you had to do in order to get to the content to move on to the next set of adventure. I would say that the only game that has ever done the adventure well is Final Fantasy XI. Because you had to spend an awful long time clearing not boss content. Now, I think where they tried to go back to that recipe and just absolutely failed is they tried to go back to that recipe in Final Fantasy XIV and had people walking all over the fucking map, and people don't want to do that. People don't want to do boring shit. But you're right. It's very, very difficult to generate that much content. I wonder how a game would be if AI gets good enough at creating meaningful new procedurally generated content so the world is constantly evolving. I don't think we're going to see that in our lifetime. I just don't think we will get there at all in our lifetime. I think good developers leveraging AI will be able to make content a little bit faster if they utilize it as a tool. But I don't see it developing content on its own without massive amounts of parental supervision. Oh shit. Can't even... Yeah, for example, I think procedurally generated content can be great. Without a doubt. But it would be better. I think the company that's properly leveraging the future view. What's up, Brandon? I think the company that's properly leveraging the forward-looking view is Eternal Tombs. Because what they're doing is they're developing a collection of themes that then the active GMs, the Tomb Masters, can leverage this collection, this like library collection of events, and can drop them in. I don't think we can have procedurally generated yet, otherwise it's going to get boring and stale. But I think what we can absolutely, oh my god, this is completely full. What we can absolutely have is active GMs putting content into the world where there's content lacking. There's a bunch of players standing around not doing anything. Okay, well, let's fix that. Well, how are we going to fix it? Let's spawn a boss. Let's spawn an event. It requires a person. But sometimes having a person curating the content is better than relying on a system to do it. Like I said, I was a storyteller for a 200-person LARP, and I loved it. It was great. It was a lot of work. It's a lot of work, especially when people are trying to do stuff in downtime between sessions. It's a lot of work when people want to have meetings, because it was Vampire the Masquerade, so it's a political based game. They want to have meetings, and you go to them because they want to have a meeting with the regent or the lord. They're the Tremere clan. They want to have a meeting with the Lord about things that happened because they're trying to follow the genre. They're trying to follow the tabletop book. Well, okay. Well, I gotta go to work today. I gotta have a suit. I've got to have a black robe. I've got to have the rings. I got to have all the fucking the setting. Drive out, do the scene. That's great. It's awesome. It's a lot of work. But it also means about 9 players out of 200 got content today. How do you do that in an MMO? Well, I think Ashes of Creation had hit a lot of good ideas. Player friction is a great one. But unfortunately, I don't think Intrepid, watching what Intrepid has done and what Intrepid has built, seeing the post from Envious that, well, we've completely dominated during alpha, so we're leaving. Intrepid Studio should have looked at that post and said, shit, we developed the exact thing that we shouldn't have developed. We developed a game that one group of people were the dominant factor. When they got bored, they left. Well, what that means is you haven't built all of the required subsystems to make it so the dominant group is continuously challenged. They shouldn't quit because they're bored, because the most dominant group on a server should be constantly challenged, both by the system and by other players. And of course, if Steven were to hear that comment, I already know what he would say. Well, there's more things to come. Right, if there's more things to come though, why did you go all the way to the right on one system? And remember, that dominant guild is dominant. They left, they quit. And to my knowledge, and I could be wrong because I don't follow the development of the game, I don't think castles are in yet. I don't think the castle management system is in yet. So why do you not have all of the bits and bobs that you need in order to make the game meaningful. And that's gonna be hard because you're trying to design systems. Like, you gotta have good combat. Combat touches everything. So you shouldn't have been building sieges until you had built combat, but they did. That's the choice they made. I feel like it's a little weird to try to dominate an alpha, though. While that may be, I think it's a little weird when people act like fucking clowns and they dominate a game to the point where they know they're costing the game player base. I think that's a little weird. Like, you know your behavior is driving off players, and you laugh about it and you say, well, that's okay because we don't want suck-ass players like that in our game anyway. But the problem comes is you need players in your game. Again, it's the large mouse, small mouse situation. You need players in the game. If you don't have any players, then even the big rat gets stunted development. And it's pretty clear to me that the person developing the game developed the game in a way that reflects their play style, which is fine, except that play style is not widely accepted or participated in. That happens because people don't care about the version when they play. If a group has a specific play style, because they are unlikely to change because it's an early version. Correct. All 100% correct. Why do people always rush onto the full bus? I waited another few seconds, the nearly empty one arrived before the full one even had time to leave the bus lane. Because it's FOMO. It's literally the fear of missing out. They rush to the full bus because they don't want to miss the bus. You are absolutely correct that it makes no sense to do. Which one's legs? Feather farm legs. I hate that particular one. I hate this particular one too, but yeah, people move. I think once Human had the content the best way when it required you to do all the Rift Angers before the challenge monolith. I think you're right, but only the first time. I think you're right only the first time, because after I've done it the first time, I don't want to be told that I have to keep clearing repetitively content I've already done. I want to do new content. I don't want to keep repeating. And part of the problem with the scenario system in Once Human was I don't need anything except mods. I don't, if they didn't put in permanent servers, like the first time the servers came up, Rail and I needed other things, so we immediately rolled to a new server. But if they aren't going to have other content for me to do, then I think the third time we stayed on a server until like 2 days before the server was gonna shut down, because the only thing we needed is to farm more mods. Once Human has a lot of problems they need to fix. They've got a lot of gameplay design, gameplay loops that don't that don't make a lot of sense. Like, for example, this whole thing started on the RNG thing. If my only way to make progression is through RNG, then for me, last night, I made progression, and that feels good for me. But my hive mate sees me making progression week after week, and no matter how hard my hive mate works, my hive mate can't overcome shitty RNG. What that means is my hive mate feels good for me, is happy for me, but feels shitty because they're not making progress. I need a soda. Be right back. I've been testing 4-day work weeks and having 3-day weekend for 2 weeks now. So far, I much prefer this over a standard 5-day work week. Most people do. Did I play City of Heroes? The game was so ahead of its time and had so many hooks to keep you coming back or coming back. A shame it was shut down. City of Heroes had a lot of things, but here's what I'll tell you about City of Heroes. A lot of it was grind for mindless grind. And if you're the type of person who doesn't like grind for mindless grind, then City of Heroes wasn't a good game. City of Heroes also had a feature that a lot of people thought was good because it felt like a good feature, but in truth, it was kind of a bad feature. And that feature was sidekicking. Sidekicking allowed you to catch up really quickly. Except sidekicking, they might as well have just allowed you to roll at max level because you had no idea how to play the game if you sidekicked, because it was literally, oh shit, now I'm max level. Sidekicking was silly. I think that the opposite way to do that is the better way to do that. Final Fantasy 14. Oh, let me look at your bullshit roll. Oh my god. Final Fantasy downscales you to run the content. I think that's a much better way to do it. Downscaling people to run the content. That way the low-level people... Yeah, low-level players should never... Well, and let me back this up a second. I think it's okay to do both, but I don't think it's okay to only have the one. So, I think it's okay if you want to let low levels go up or high levels come down. But if you're only planning on having one system, then the one system has to be that the high levels come down. But no, I think there's a lot of things that a lot of games need to do to keep the player base coming back for more. Also, the P90 doesn't need to do mechanics. I think they do need to fix this. P90 basically you can skip that. What is hitting me through the wall? No, see, I disagree with you psychologically. Letting the low-level characters come up is a good thing because it lets them know how powerful they will eventually become. I do agree with you. Side-kicking and only side-kicking has that result. Every time I play with you, I get to be really powerful, but every time I have to do this shit by myself, I'm really, really weak. Then I agree with you. Then you have the, it doesn't feel good, it feels bad. But occasionally, see, and that's where I feel a lot of games, that's where I feel a lot of games miss the mark as well. Games that fall into the cardinal sin of, well, it'll be better at endgame. Well, I don't want it to be better at endgame. I want it to be good throughout the whole game. How do you do it occasionally? Well, one way to do it is similar to Throne and Liberty or other games that start that in the introductory video, the introductory combat scene, you play at max level. Visions in the main story could be one way. Yeah, cooldown after you've done it. If you want the player to be able to do it occasionally. Are we just not going to let me have this? I think if games can make the start of the game feel really good and make enough player build diversity, a lot of people will play for that. It needs a good end game, but you need to hook people early. Well, what it needs is, and if you change the mentality, there shouldn't be an end game. There shouldn't be a quote end game. I think I'm gonna run back to my base and dump some of this weight. What there should be is there should be shit I do at low level, shit I do at mid level, shit I do at end level. But I've always held the opinion that MMORPGs should be reflective of tabletop RPGs. Everything prior to endgame shouldn't be worse just because it's endgame. That's why I've said, if I built a game, it would take you years to reach max level. Years to reach max level. Because there's no reason to be at max level in 2 weeks. And how do you control that? Well, how do they do it in tabletop? In tabletop, as the GM, I control when you can get XP. I control, right? I control when you have adversaries. I control when anything appears that can challenge you to a point where you need to do a dice roll. I ultimately decide when you become level 5. Well, how do you do that? Well, first of all, you make a big difference between each. Instead of having 50 levels, you have 15 levels. Second of all, you rate, if you collapse down by 4, You make each level meaningful. You also make it so that you're not off killing shit that's radically higher level than you. You just don't allow that to happen. And yes, I understand what the ramifications for that mean. It means if you're level 5, level 6s should be a really big challenge, and level 7 should be almost impossible. Yeah, MMOs need to look at The Witcher 3 or Cyberpunk side quest. Each should be a self-contained... Actually, they need to look at ESO. They need to look at ESO. Because ESO, I have always said, has amazing vignettes as the side content. They are all complete stories. Baldur's Gate 3 as well. The side stuff that you do is a novella. It's not just, oh, hey, by the way. It's meaningful. But unfortunately, that's not what the players want. The players, unfortunately, they want to flex their e-peen. They want to be able to wag their wang and say, yeah, players want power fantasy, which is why a great many people, I tabletop story told, I LARP story told, and a great many people, oh shit. They didn't like coming to the games, and they're like, well, he doesn't let us level up fast enough. Because I want role play. I don't want dice role play. Like, I like when people sit down and think about it for a few minutes before they instantly go to, well, what's my dice check? My players know if you ask me for a dice check, I'm going to say to you, well, what are you rolling against? What are you rolling? What are you even rolling for? Like, I haven't presented you with something that's a challenge yet. Like, people learn very quickly. I'm kind of an asshole about it. People will be like, I'm gonna roll to pick the lock. You're gonna roll to operate the lock? Yeah, okay. You're number 16. They roll. 17, great. You hear the lock click into place. But I won my success roll. Yeah, you just locked it. Well, what do you mean? You operated the door lock. The fucking door was open. You don't need to make a fucking dice roll. You fucking can say, is the door deadbolted? No. Oh, okay. Like, don't fucking turn everything into dice rolls. But you're absolutely right. People want power fantasy. But what happens when they get to max level and then you put a weekly drop limit in their way? Do they play your game the rest of the time? No, they log in weekly to do their dungeon run. The dopamine ends at max level. You're absolutely right. The dopamine ends at max level, the serotonin ends at max level, the oxytocin ends at max level, and they're back to the power fantasy players have a lack of positive brain chemicals in their real life, and they're trying to deal with having too much cortisol in their real lives. So when you put a challenge in front of them in the game, that's too much for them. They don't want to have a challenge in the game. You can always tell those players. Those players are easy to see. As soon as they come up to whatever challenge is in the content, you know that they're already asking on Discord, does anybody have a guide for this? And you know which people I'm talking about because it's the people that you say to them, dude, you can figure it out. It's not that hard. Can you just give me the answer? Like, they're the ones that are like, it's day 2 of a game. And they're like, who's got a build guide? A build guide for what, man? For fuck's sake. Now, a game that was out in beta, different thing. People don't want to feel like they're far behind. They want to be like, what's the best damage dealing class? The one that you have fun with. No, man, I want the one with the highest DPS output. It's like when people, like, even though I try to be infinitely patient, when they've asked, it's day 1, they've asked 75 questions. It's like, hey man, why don't you just send me your username and password and I'll log in and I'll power level you. If you say that to people and they're like, really, you would? Fuck off. I don't want you in my guild. Because I don't know why you're playing, but you're definitely going to be a problem child. When you have fun, you will want to get better at it and spend more time on it, so the ones you have fun with is the best DPS. Right. And I think too many people have turned MMOs into I think in fact I know I have a video on this. We're optimizing the fun out of the games. Like, Rail's pissed off at me right now because I can clear the Forsaken Giant in 29 seconds. And now my goal is to clear it in 25 seconds. That doesn't mean if I ran with other people, I would kick them out of the group because they're making my run take longer. That's my goal. That's my next achievement. Like, the end game content right now. The end game bosses take me less than a minute. There's something wrong with this game. But that's okay, because I'm still having fun with it. I designed a couple ideas for games where everything changes every few months. Classes randomized, skills changed. Players would keep progression but have to learn things. I designed this because I love the learning process, but the reality is most people just want stuff given to them. I'm not mad about that. I don't like that the devs weigh my dice rolls. Shh. I play Return of Reckoning and playing a very not optimal healer build, but doesn't matter because I played so much, I know I will still top the meters. Well, and the truth is, if the build can do what the build needs to do, there are people that get mad if you're running a suboptimal build if it adds 1 minute to the runtime. I'm sorry. That's a little bit crazy to me. We're upset about adding 1 minute to the runtime. I don't think we need to be upset about that. In The Witcher 3, I beat the final boss in 4 hits. The only reason it took that long was the prompted animations. Figuring ins and out of damage system was fun. I can kill Red Skull enemies in under 3 hits on Death March. Is it possible to develop a game where the fun can't be optimized out of it? No. Because remember, Meta stands for most efficient or most effective tactic available. There's always going to be something that is more effective and more efficient. You could design a game that requires people to actually work for it. Like, for example, meta does not equal the only tactic available. Correct. Figuring out how the game plays, what things to do is fun in a game. Game guides are like movie spoilers. Why watch the movie when you know what's going to happen? Right. Like, for example, one of the things that I've always done, I agree with the idea of switching the game up periodically. I do agree with that idea. I also think that at some point you need to have a long-term plan for what you plan on doing with the class. I also think that, as you've heard me talk about, one way to control rampant character development is to make character development part of the game. Like, for example, one third of your magic classes shouldn't get any new spells on level up. They have to find spells in the world. They can get them from their guild. They can get them from other guilds. They can travel around. And I say this because I used to really piss off my Tremere players in Vampire the Masquerade. I used to give Tremere players 12 extra XP at character creation. And I would tell them, you have to take Path of Blood at 3. Because the way I run it, I run a very, very, very traditional... Unless you give me an amazing fucking story about why you don't learn Path of Blood as your primary thaumaturgical class, you're learning Path of Blood. Because it's in all the lore, it's in all the books. So unless you write me an amazing fucking story about why you don't have it. But because of that, because I'm dictating to the players that they have to spend their first 27 XP on Path of Blood, I give them half of the path. They have to spend 15 XP, and I let them then take like 2 points in Dominate, 1 in Auspex, 2 in Auspex, 1 in Dominate, so that they don't feel like their character development is fucked for like the first 3 months of the LARP. But then characters will come to me, the players will be like, well, I want to learn Path of Flame. Okay. Let's do some checks. What do you mean? I can learn it, it's innate. No, it's not. You don't even know your fucking clan. Well, I can learn it from the Chantry. Who the fuck in the Chantry has Path of Flame? And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, you have no idea what the other people in the Chantry have. You've done 0 role-playing. One guy, he knew my playstyle from another LARP. He walked in, and he was like, I'm learning Path of Flame. I said, you know, he's like, yep, I have Mentor ×5. There you go. If you don't want to earn it, buy a background that lets you not earn it. That's what they're in the game for. I think that the idea that you can spend all of your time, like Final Fantasy 14 does this badly, but at least they do it. You hit level 50. You then get told there's a quest waiting for you, and you go do the quest and you get your level 50 ability. Then you level from 50 to 55, and when you turn level 55, you get told there's a quest. Instead of them telling you, go here, here's where the quest is, go learn, go travel the world, talk to NPCs, Follow up on rumors. Find out if there's more shit to do. Don't just take for granted that you apparently know everything. Like, you're a level 1 character who never needs a trainer, never needs a mentor. You apparently know every fucking thing there is to know about your class at level 1. Well, how the hell did that happen? Now, if you want to do that, then have the game be that you were level 50, you were level 15, and you fell. You reverted. So you know exactly. Like, I think that could be a very, very strong way to do some classes in an MMO. You, at character creation, you buy your character all the way to max level. And then you just level. Because you're a character who was a level 15 knight, and you fell, and you're level 1 again. Now, there'd have to be a logical tie-in, but now, there you go. A majority just want things to be easy and fed to you. I almost feel like nowadays everything is niche. Still a good audience for thinkers out there, but substantially less. You're right. And here's what needs to happen. A company needs to make a game understanding that it's going to be niche. And they need to make a good game understanding it's going to be niche. And then, you know what's going to happen to the industry? The industry's going to have to change, otherwise the industry's never going to get all of those niche players to leave the game that's giving them what they want. You put a game out there that gives the overthinkers what they want, why would they go to any other game? Why would they go to a watered down game? Then all the games are going to have to up their ante. And then all the guilds out there are going to have to think about it. I have to make a game that starts for everyone and becomes complex later. Yeah. Why not remove the levels and move progression to items, skills, and abilities? You can. EVE Online did that. Chronicles of Illyria was going to do that a lot of the way. Final Fantasy XI had weapon skill abilities, and the class determined the hard cap on the skill ability. So you could do that. You could do a classless system. Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 was not a classless system, but it was not a hard fixed system either. As you leveled, you had X number of ability points, and you put abilities, you picked abilities, and you paid the points for them. You could very much run a system like that. The problem comes, you need to develop content for people across a spectrum of playstyles. Like, for example, I'll use this room, for example. So I'm in this room, and I can go down this hallway because this door opens. But I damn well know that this door opens too. Well, this door should be openable, able to be opened, if I have the locksmithing and electrical engineering abilities. If I have those abilities, then I should be able to come up to this door and pop the door open. Now, another part of the like, this game does it very rarely. I don't even think I have an explosive on me. So, like, these red lights and shit, it's not worth me running down there because the juice isn't worth the squeeze, right? There's no point in me running down there. But if they made it worth it, I would run down there. Well, instead of making somebody do the dance of the red laser lights, put a panel right there. Somebody with the right skill set could disable the traps here and just walk down there and get the reward. Or you have to do this magical dance of don't hit the red lights. And then that becomes a matter of why would somebody take 2 points in electrical engineering and a point in locksmithing? Well, they would do that because you've made it worthwhile to do. Now the person says, I don't need it because I've mastered the red lights. Okay, your group has somebody who can do the dance of the red lights. Make the red lights more painful then. If you get hit by the red lights, you have a 25% debuff for 10 minutes. Your party's not going to want you to do the dance of the red lights if they've got a guy that can turn the switch off. Or this, for example. I can't believe they added these in to the dungeons. They literally added in the ability to repair in the dungeons. What you should do instead is you should have a life skill called Field Armorer. And that if you have one of those in your party, then they can repair your gear for you in dungeons. Everybody else, you can't. The tables kind of piss me off. Yeah. City of Villains had something like that. Someone who was a stalker could go invisible and sneak past everyone to click on the thing, or use team points to teleport everyone past a bunch of trash. Yeah. I'd love being a full support role in a team-based MMO. Yeah, I would too. Ooh, saucy. Why is everybody shooting at me? I can stop it. I love the fact that in this dungeon, the trash takes longer than the boss. I always love trivializing some content based on the company involved and their dedications. It's very roleplay focused, and it, what makes tabletop gaming fun. Yeah, like, having again, I think what it boils down to is we have forgotten that MMORPG is role-playing game, and we need to look at tabletop role-playing games and say, we're doing this in our game. And say to ourselves, is this the best way to do it? And we get the answer of Conan, what is best? Well, what is best is how entertaining is it going to be? So you design a dungeon, and again, it takes 5,000 man-hours to design the dungeon, from the art to the animation to the game design to the programming to the coding to the loot table to having an economy designer who balances the value of the drops. You spend 5,000 man-hours developing this dungeon. Well, are the players going to run that one dungeon for 5,000 hours? And the answer is no. So the question then becomes, what do we do? How do we get more replayability out of this dungeon? I think Star Wars The Old Republic had a good idea. One thing Star Wars The Old Republic did, if you remember the early dungeons, you had to make a choice. Do we go to the shuttle bay or the engineering? You can't double back, you can't go to both, and the bosses have different loot tables. So what does that mean? That means, as a team, I'm gonna have to run that dungeon multiple times, both directions. So that everybody can get their sets. Now, again, if we're gonna do gear sets, then that's one discussion. And if we're not gonna do gear sets, then that's a different discussion. We kind of get that still nowadays. Boss fights will have roles for people. You stand here and avoid this mechanic. You stand there and avoid this one. You feel like it's glitching, but it's the design itself. Yeah, but I think that's shitty design. In my world, in my fucked up world, aggro needs to be radically different. Aggro needs to be active, not static and passive. In my opinion, MMORPG bosses, yeah, what you have is, you've got a giant dragon, and that dragon has swiped at the tank 30 times. And the dragon says, you know what? I've swiped at this fucking tank 30 times. And that little motherfucker in the red and white robe back there keeps refilling this tank. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go beat the shit out of the guy in the red and white robe. Well, now you've got a problem, because now you have to the tank has to constantly be pulling provoke and yell and aggro, and you know, the tank has to have multiple provokes, because he's not going to be able to just hold the dragon's attention. He's going to have to keep getting the dragon's attention, and he can get the dragon's attention for about one big heal, and then the dragon says, oh yeah, what was I doing again? Oh yeah, I was eating the guy in the red and white robe. But of course that would make content harder. And if we make the content harder, then people can't just walk over it. They actually have to use their noodle. I always found it funny that apparently this big bad boss almost destroyed the universe, how smart it is, but can't figure out how to hit someone else. Right. One thought I've had, I like the idea of a dynamic aggro. I love the idea. I have a new question, but can't remember how to do it. How do I delete low-level mods? Can I show you in the menu? I don't know why that didn't show up. I can. The way you delete low-level mods is this. This might actually work better if I do that. Won't be so far out of my visual range. All right, so the way I delete low-level mods. Hit I, go into the mods menu, go into mod conversion, and then click into the first tab. It doesn't matter. Scroll all the way down. When you see all these 7s, just hit X. And what it does is it tags them all for deletion. And do the same thing with your armor ones. Scroll all the way down. 4, 5, 6, 7 yet. You're not going to mess with anything lower than a 7. And then all those are tagged for deletion. Come up to your disassembly bench. And when you come over here, don't ever hit select all. That's all your fucking mods. But all the ones you've tagged for deletion are up there. You just disassemble those. Yeah, holy shit. How dare someone ask a question about the game, and he even has a banner at the top to ask a question. No, what happened is that I have as you can see, Twitch, because you're still uppity about this shit. That's all my Twitch chat. I have a consolidated chat monitor, but I'm only showing my Twitch chat, Twitch. It's all my Twitch chat. So I have the other ones in 2 places. I don't know why that other one didn't come. We can't delete blue and green. We can. To delete blue and green, come into mods, and then just find them, and the same thing. Just hit X. Just find them and hit X. I just find it easier for the gold ones to go into the mod conversion menu because it puts them in value order. No problem. That's why I get paid all the big dollars. They're actually not big dollars. They're the same size. And there's not a lot of them. It's a small stack. No, people with 1K viewers having multi-chat on screen. Nutty, the guy that basically teaches everything about streaming, he got banned for showing a consolidated chat. You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to show a consolidated chat. You're only supposed to display... On Twitch, you're only supposed to display Twitch chat. I will say this. It is one of the dumbest ass things. Appreciate the follow. It is one of the dumbest ass things that Twitch does. Because what Twitch is doing is Twitch is making it more and more... Yeah. Nutty made an entire video about getting banned for showing multi-chat. It is a dumb fucking idea because Twitch is making it more and more lucrative for people to be on other platforms. It's not like these other platforms are having to come up with good ideas. They just have to... They just have to not be douchebags. If only Kick wasn't a gambling supported site, then I would be on there. And YouTube, yeah, no thanks. Way too much clutter. Well, here's the thing, man. I'll tell you this about Kick. Who cares if Kick is a gambling site? Who cares if Kick generates their revenue through online gambling? Because they pay their streamers, a living wage in their partner program to stream. Who the fuck are these people? Sorry, my uncle is dying, and my cousin and I were raised kind of like siblings, and I'm the only thing to a brother she has because she doesn't have any brothers. She's not handling it well, so she messages me periodically, and if I don't respond to her kind of quickly, she gets kind of upset because we'll just leave it at that. She gets upset. So I I think she might be back out dealing with her dad again. I offered to go out there and take care of everything, but because I don't need to work. Let's see. YouTube saves your videos. Twitch deletes them after, I think, 2 weeks. My videos stay on Twitch for, I believe, 45 days because I'm a partner. But the truth is, Twitch VODs have never really been highly viewed. I have an idea for Twitch, but and Twitch is kind of moving in that direction. The direction Twitch is moving into is that if you make a clip of a show and it gets a lot of viewed, yeah, VODs can't be monetized on Twitch. That's part of the problem. If you make a clip on somebody's show and that clip goes viral, you get a little chat fucking icon bullshit thing, right? That's a good idea. As I've said, I'm not a very clippable person because I don't say shit, like, other than crapped or elephants. I don't say things very often that fit into a clip. But there's a lot of streamers who have a lot of funny shit that they say. Well, yeah, give them 5% of the revenue it generates in bits. Right, exactly. That's why I've said to people, if you're trying to live on your Twitch money, then you need to have an editor you need an editor almost from the very beginning. And the way you pay your editor is at first you pay your editor outright, and then your editor takes your VODs, chops them up, turns them into segments, and then you put those segments out on your YouTube channel. Well, after a while, you don't pay your editor anymore. You show your editor what the VODs are making, and you let your editor keep 90%. You got to figure out your taxes, but you have your editor invoice you for 90, whatever, you got to work out the number of the amount of money that it makes. So it basically becomes, look, man, I don't have, if I just streamed for 8 hours, I don't have time to take an 8-hour stream and chop it up. But you take the VOD, you chop it up, you upload it, and I'll give you you invoice me at the end of whatever, 30 days and then 90 days. You invoice me, I'll tell you, and make you a YouTube manager so that you can see the dollar amount. You invoice me, I'll pay you. I'm not gonna give you anything flat up front, but you're gonna get 90% of what the VODs make. That is a brilliant way for somebody who's really good at editing to make a lot of money. If you've got a content creator who's drawing several thousand viewers, pretty soon you're going to find that the VOD maker is going to be making a ton of money, and then that's going to be bringing in sponsorships that then the streamer keeps. But everybody always wants, like, I have found when it comes to business, everybody wants to be the person on top. Everybody wants to be the person making the most amount of money. Nobody wants to be making the small amount of money. That's why I say to people all the time, I can help you with 1,000,001 ideas, but why don't I use those things myself? Because I don't need to make the money, so therefore I don't do those things. I've accomplished all I wanted to accomplish with my content creation. I made Twitch partner. That was it. That's what I wanted. Like, I didn't even want to be a Twitch partner. And then there were a bunch of fucking haters who said, you'll never make Twitch partner. So I made Twitch partner. And then after that, the fuck do I care? It's like, I don't need to do this. I don't want to stream 40 hours a week. I don't want to spend 5 hours a day making clips, polishing up VODs, chopping up segments. If I needed the money, I would do that. But also, I want to talk politics a couple of days a week and play video games a couple of days a week. And that's a big no-no. You shouldn't be doing that. Because remember, every political view you have runs the risk of losing half your viewers. I'll never be the #1 Ashes streamer again. You're right, because I could probably be the #2 or #3 Ashes streamer. The other day when I streamed, I was the #1 streamer until, what's his name, Dustin came on. I'm not gonna say nice things in order to be palatable to everybody. Because nice things don't get us... Well, first of all, I'm not gonna say nice things because they'd be a lie. Let's just start with that one. I'm not gonna say nice things because it would be a lie and it would be bullshit. Second of all, on my Discord, if you're not on my Discord, in the Ashes channel, we had a conversation the other day where we talked about, yeah, saying nice things doesn't get nice things made. The best feedback is always, this sucks. Here's why it sucks. Karthos told the story about he changed a part of a paper and then the professor said, I didn't tell you to change the paper. I said to think about it. Not being able to compartmentalize others' views is a deep weakness. You're right. You're 100% correct. We back to the point where I can't... It won't... It's supposed to... I have no pollution resistance and I'm still not getting insanity. I have 0 pollution resist. I do have a beer on, but up until this time, I've always gotten... Lunacy has always bumped my beer back down. Yeah, it's a deep weakness that's going to kick Intrepid in the balls, because Karthos wrote it a lot more eloquently than I did. Intrepid, nobody is telling Intrepid that their destination is wrong. What they're saying is, hey man, you probably don't want to go down this route. This route is probably not a good route to go down. Yeah, probably. There we go. So, nobody's saying to Intrepid, change your destination. People are saying, don't go down this road because this road is going to send you down where there's a fucking minefield. So, double back, go back to where you were, take that left turn at Albuquerque and avoid the fucking minefield. But I used to think when Steven made the comment once, he told his designers to remember, you are not your designs and your designs are not you. I was like, oh, they're open to critical feedback. Well, it seems like the only feedback Intrepid's ever been interested in is the feedback that says, you're doing a good job. And the people that continue to support a bad process, not a bad product, okay? Not a bad product, but a bad process, are the ones that you have to just shake your head and say, what exactly are you hoping to get out of it? Because it's been this many years. And somebody said, well, MMOs historically take a long period of time. You're right, they do. You are absolutely right. However, most of them haven't masqueraded the truth about where they've been. Well, no other game development company has been this transparent with their development. You're right. They haven't. And there's a reason. Because Intrepid has been confusing movement with progress. At the end of the day, and this is a CPI thing, if I say to a department head, how many hours is this going to take? And they say 5,000 man hours. And I say, okay, so we put on the board, we put on the process map. This process takes 5,000 hours. And it's going to take 5,000 hours, it's going to take 5,000 man hours, and it's going to have an additional incurred cost of $1 million. Whatever that is. Like for contracting, external audio engineering, or whatever it is. Well, if we say 5,000 man hours and $1 million, then everything you spend on that part of the process above 5,000 man hours and above $1 million, unfortunately, that's considered muda. That's considered waste. And the thing is, people are going to say, well, you know, sometimes things are going to overrun. Right. And if you knew what you were doing when you said 5,000 man hours, you incorporated the overrun. You incorporated any and all overrun with your 5,000. You can't turn around and say, well, I put 5,000 on, I told the project manager 5,000 and it's really taken me 15,000. But look at this great product we got. And I'm like, yeah, but now I have to take 2 other great features off of the development roadmap because you've used up your 5,000 man hours and their 5,000 man hours and this other guy's 5,000 man hours. When you start having feature creep, CPI accounts for feature creep. It's called the parking lot. And what it does is it says, yeah, that's not an overrun. That's an opportunity to restructure that department. When you're designing something, when you're developing something, you're going to have opportunities where new technologies come out while you're in the process of development. Like, for example, I was in the process of rebuilding a deployment center. And in the process of rebuilding the deployment center, a finally usable in-ground scale with laser measurers became a commercial off-the-shelf solution. And it actually worked. And I didn't have the money laid into the project. But when is the right time to do that? When you're putting the floor in? Or after you put the floor in and then you're going to have to rip out the concrete to put these things in? So I just went to the powers that be and I said, hey, I'm going to have an overrun because I'm going to make a decision. And that decision is, I'm going to buy the scales and the laser measures because they're available, and they weren't available when we first bid out this project. And they were like, okay, so how far over is that going to put you? And I said, probably about $600,000. And they said, is it something you have to do now? Yes, it's something I have to do now. Because if I don't, I won't be able to do it at all. And then we're going to have a building that we're going to be working out of for 20 years. And we're going to be having these laser scale things outside. We're going to have to use the portable version. And there's nothing wrong with that if that happens occasionally, because that's good project management. So what happened was they said to me, well, what are you gonna park then? I said, I'm gonna park all of the terminal furniture and all of the TVs. And they said, well, why? I said, because I can probably get the TVs at end of year Fallout money. And they said, okay. I said, in the furniture, I'm just gonna have to come up with a way to fund it as an unfunded later on down the road. And they said, okay. They said, well, isn't that gonna be a problem? I said, well, at the end of the day, it would be nice to have nice chairs, but for 35 years we've been using folding chairs, and I guess if we have to use folding chairs for another year or two, that would be okay, but it's far more important to have the scales. That's good project management. That's having a project manager who knows what the fuck's going on. But it also meant having a boss over me. You heard what the boss was saying. The boss was saying, well, what are you going to do with this? What are you going to do with that? You need somebody at Intrepid. They now have backpack cargo, which I'm not saying is a bad idea. I'm not saying is a good idea. I'm saying it wasn't a previous idea. It wasn't an idea that was ever talked about, ever said, ever mentioned. Which means, in order to implement it, that is an overrun. That is an additional feature. That is additional manpower. They're adding new shit before the old shit even works? Yeah, you didn't know that? So, yeah, you have a boss over you saying details, motherfucker. Do you have some? Exactly. And the trick is, there's absolutely nothing wrong with changing things. And I think that was the thing. That's why I ultimately left the Ashes of Creation community. Because all of the fucking Muppets would bump their gums. And they would be like, you just don't want them to change. I said, you're right. I don't want them to just change. I want them to say, we have some data. And that data has shown us that strawberry jelly is better than grape jelly because blah, 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 whatever. I don't just want a wild ass guess. I don't want a back pocket pull for why you're making the decision. Or you can do that. You can say, well, you know what? We talk to people, or we listen to streams, or whatever the fuck the deciding factor is. You can say we got it from, this is what's driving the decision. Like, for example, do I love my top hat? Yes. Why do I not wear my top hat on the show anymore? Because I have a fused C2, C3, and the doctor said wearing a top hat all the time isn't good for me. Can I wear it occasionally? Sure. Does it fit on the politics show? No. Does it fit on any other game? No. If I decide to do an Ashes stream, will I potentially move my, will I potentially move all the audio cables around so that I can wear my headphones? Sure. Will I keep the collar so I can wear the top hat? Maybe for one. Do I have a mushroom top hat that my community bought me from the game? Yes. I think we can all agree that petroleum jelly is the best jelly for a peanut butter sandwich. You know, it's actually funny you say that. You actually stole almost the same joke I said to a friend yesterday. I have a friend and I said, if you were a sandwich, would you be the peanut butter or the jelly? And I said, and if you say jelly, KY doesn't go on sandwiches. And she cracked the fuck up. She cracked the fuck up. She's like, get the fuck out of here. She was like, you asshole. She got so mad at me. Like 20 years ago, she was just pissed off at me. But no, I think, I truly believe this. This isn't bullshit. This isn't lip service. This is what I truly believe. I truly believe that if Intrepid Studios would go dark for 6 months, November, December, January, February, March, and April, go dark for 6 months. Stop. Take the fucking alpha down. I think we can all agree at this point that the alpha is fucking broken and the alpha is going to dick slap them in the face in November. Doing advertising for their alpha is going to dick slap them in the face. Period. Dot. They should go dark for 6 months. And dark means lights out. Nothing. No more fucking daily 9 a.m. tweets. No more fucking live streams. No live journals. Nobody talking on Discord other than moderation purposes. No leaks. No teases. No Steven at Milton's. Just fucking 180 days of no bullshit, balls to the wall development. And come back after that and figure out if you have enough product to advertise. Now, you have a private PTR. If you need to test a feature, test it on that. But don't do this bullshit that everybody knows you've been doing for 7 years. And you've been running, like, we're just gonna start doing paid marketing now. Yeah, 180 days of shut the fuck up. They can get more from going dark and coming back than trying to advertise at all. People are more likely to try something than when they haven't had access to it and heard from it for a while. Yes. But how will they squeeze money from us for these 6 months? Well, their 6 foot is the $1 million question. You can't turn around and say, without giving context, like, this is where that particular community has, and Steven himself, by Steven saying Dunning-Kruger, and he's basically said, there's a lot of armchair developers in here and Dunning-Kruger to boot. Sure, no problem. But now you're talking about the value of advertising. Well, Steven, I'm sorry, but if you and I are in the same room, Steven doesn't get to claim he's the smartest guy in the room when it comes to advertising, unless Steven has a whole lot of shit on his resume that he's never shared, or unless Steven has an awful lot of friends at DDB Worldwide and Leo Burnett and other major advertising firms, the ones in Chicago, because it's fine if Steven wants to say, even if it's the game company that he bought himself, if Steven wants to say, there's only one game developer in this conversation, well, he doesn't know what some of the other people do. And I have people, honest to God, you believe me or don't believe me, some of the people in the chat will tell me when I'm wrong. If I'm completely off on a topic, they'll be like, dude, you're not even in the right fucking sport, let alone the right stadium. But most of the time I'm not, because I've talked to them and I've said, what is the better way to do this? But when it comes to advertising, great. Now what's he gonna say? I'm telling you right now, as a person who did advertising before 9/11, that is the career I retired from, marketing and advertising. What they are doing, if they came to our company and told us what their plan was, this is how bad of a plan this is. I would not even agree to help them run their advertising campaign, no matter what the commission was. No matter, I wouldn't agree to set up an advertising campaign for them. And even if I did, I know for fuck's sake my boss would override me. My old boss would have said, look, you're thinking with your wallet and not with your brain. Which is why my boss paid so well which is why I was able to retire at 19. Because my boss wanted people thinking with their brain, not their stomach because they're hungry, not their wallet because they're desperate. There is no way they can do an effective advertising campaign. Zero. There's no fucking way. Because they don't have a product. You have to absolutely have a product before you start advertising. Now, grassroots market it. Grassroots market the fuck out of it. They can get more, let's see. And we'll explain why and have a proper conversation. I love debates. It's my favorite part of game development. Leads to better products. Right, and GamePro, I think off the top of my head, I think you are one of the people who has told me in the past, not in an offline conversation, but when I've said something, you're like, yeah, no. And I like you because you're one of the people who communicates very clearly. You're like, yeah, no. You're not even close. I like when, I don't need people to, like, I love the developer at Eternal Tombs. I love him. I think his name is Josh, if memory serves correctly. I love him. He's great. He's amazing. Because when I talked to him once, he said that the greatest fucking game developer quote, he said, I don't need you to say nice things about me. I have a mom to give me hugs. I need to know every part of my product that sucks so I can fix it. And I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, get after it. That's how you build a game. Because you look at it and then if Grumpy Old Man is around, you look at every part of your game, you look at everything that needs to be improved, and then you decide, is the juice worth the squeeze? And if the juice isn't worth the squeeze, then you don't fix it. They are going to get enough advertisement for an alpha test from streamers like Asmongold returning to check it out anyway. Well, hold on a second. That's not let's just so we're accurate. That's not advertisement. That's earned marketing. There is a huge difference between marketing and advertising. Advertising is very specifically when you pay to get your product in front of people. Asmongold covering your game is earned marketing. Asmongold covering your game and reading from a script is advertising, which I don't think you can get him to read from a script. But when you get people that read from a script, that's paid advertising. Now, I will be the first to admit, I don't get paid to say anything particular about Once Human. Their way to do their creator program is 100% legal. They do not tell us what to say. So it's not paid promotion. Because I don't get paid for this particular stream. I get paid based on streaming X number of times and X hours a month. But they don't tell me what to say. They don't pay me in advance to say it. So it's not paid promotion. If they do give us talking points, things they would like us to talk about. But that's a little different than paid promotion. I'm sure that they're going to see my Pale World Nintendo legal team, I choose you. I'm sure they're going to see that, and they're going to think to themselves, do we really want to pay him for this video? Which they can choose not to. That's not entirely that's not entirely advertising, but it's not entirely not advertising. It's paid marketing, which is a little bit different. And people need to, and I know people are like, oh, it's all semantics. No, it's the devil's in the details when it comes to that. Intrepid has done an amazing job and I'll be the first to say it. Intrepid has done an amazing job for 9 years developing a grassroots marketing team. But the flaw is that they're now saying that they're going to do advertising, and I talked about it in the video. You only have enough testing slots for at most 16,200 players, but you supposedly have over 130,000 people testing the alpha. So, and then again, people that don't understand words try to tell me I don't understand words. They're like, well, that's concurrent, not total. Really? So I gave them the benefit of the doubt of saying that they have 8,100 people on each server at all times. And your immediate pushback is, that's concurrent, not total. Okay. So they did a server-wide event that had maybe 40 people at it. So if that's the case, then why doesn't Intrepid just give us the average daily user number? The queues will be hour long. Wait, what is that word? Queue? So you mean that if Intrepid had more testers than they had population space, the servers would be on queue? Which never happens? So my number is probably way more generous than what the mouthpieces are saying. Average daily users, I imagine the average daily users per server, average daily unique user is probably, if I'm being fair, is probably more than 1,000 and less than 2,500. If I'm being absolutely fair to them. Because again, remember I said it the other day on the politics show, I can be like Al Jazeera. I don't have to make shit up because the truth is already bad enough. I don't have to make shit up. It's not like this. It's not like I have ever attempted to log in to the server and it's been on queue. Ever. Now, granted, I didn't test on the one day that they did their concurrent cap, where they were like, we set a record because we have 8,100 people on a single Unreal Engine 5 shard. Okay, I'm glad you did that, but who gives a shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm glad that you were able to get 8,100 people on the shard. But did you have content density balanced enough for 8,100 people? And if the answer is no, then again, what does it matter? Because, well, yeah, we'll talk about Asmongold in the Asmongold flaw with your game in testing. If your game is in testing and Asmongold plays it and Asmongold loves it, then you're going to see a group of people that back your game because Asmongold backs your game. If you have to beg people to log in so you can get that number, should it even count? Yeah, it should, because the number is related to your technical capability of how many people you were able to put on a single realm. How you got those people to log in doesn't matter. But it was like the individual the day that I was streaming Ashes, and he came in and he was trying to tell me that they had 200 people at their dynamic gridding test. Well, as I said on that day, I said, I don't think that sounds too impressive, but let me go do some research. First of all, my research has led me to, you should be able to support more than 200 people on an Unreal Engine 5 grid, period. Done. Because an Unreal Engine 5 grid should be, it doesn't matter how many were company bots. We don't need to get into the particulars. In this regard, we don't need to get into the particulars in the semantics. If they want to say 200, 200 is already an abysmal number. So we don't need to chop away at 200. We can say, okay, you're proud of 200. You're proud that you had 200 people at your dynamic gridding test. Unreal Engine 5 out of the box should support more than 200 people on a grid. Because it's not the number of people, it's the number of actions. Because that's all the grid cares about. How many actions does it have to resolve? Because remember, the grid doesn't, the server doesn't give a shit about graphics. It's simply resolving inputs and giving outputs. Now, unfortunately, there's going to be a number, and it's approximately 3 million. I think that's 500 blank default. Right. And again, though, it doesn't matter because the grid, all the literature, and again, I'm not a game designer, so I don't keep this shit on my desk stand because I don't need to know it. It's about without an exceptional engineering team in the background, out of the box, you should be right around 3 million actions. And then how many actions a player is going to take in a minute? I'm sorry, 3 million actions in a minute is the important time frame. Well, the number of actions a player is going to take in a minute is going to determine how many characters you can have on that grid, because you got 3 million divided by X. And an action is a movement, a spell. And a spell is not one action. A spell is a series of things that the, quote, grid needs to be able to resolve. And unless you're doing some crazy ass shit, 3 million is a lot in a minute. Well, if you're going to say, well, at our dynamic gridding test, we had 200 people and it worked. Well, what the fuck did you split the grid for at 200 people? And again, as I've said, splitting the grid is great, but if you don't split the content density, then Intrepid has never answered the question. And I would love for one of the content creators that has an upcoming interview with them to actually hold Intrepid to task and ask him the question. You keep talking about this dynamic gridding system. How are you solving the problem of cross-grid resolution? Because when you have characters acting across grid lines, that very quickly becomes a larger problem than if you just had all those characters on one grid. Because not only does the grid, server, hardware, program, machine, whatever word you want to throw in there, have to resolve its part of it, it has to send a packet of data with resolution to another grid. So that's an action. And the receiving grid has to receive it and apply it. So if you said, oh, well, I split the grid from 3 million actions and now I have 6 million actions. But if you add 2 actions because players are on different grids, you haven't saved anything. Where I've said, every other developer I've talked to has said dynamic gridding is great for unexpected content that happens in a denser base of content. But only if you can keep everybody on the new grid. And if people are on 2 different grids, then you need to think about realigning the content density so that you don't have that. Like, for example, instead of having a singular fight in Unreal Engine with 500 versus 500, you would be better dividing that into 5 100 versus 100 fights, because then you know the confines. So instead of doing one completely open castle siege, you have a castle siege where 100 people versus 100 people are fighting at the actual castle. One at the outpost, one at the town, one at the watermill, and one at the campaign headquarters. If the defenders take the campaign headquarters, the attackers' siege is over. If the attackers take the throne, the defenders' siege is over. And then each of those other 3 locations provide buffs to one or either side, depending on who's currently controlling it. You've created the same level of player involvement, but you've done it at a strategic level where you don't need to do it down at the tactical and thus technical level. Dynamic gridding hasn't been solved by Star Citizen over hundreds of millions of dollars. Intrepid isn't going to solve it with 50. Star Citizen, from what I've seen, is a better run studio with more experienced people. And they are. They absolutely are. This guy got a 5.5 Lunar cam. That's what I need. I need a 5.5 Lunar cam with Crackshot on it. But no, and I'm not trying, like, here's the thing. I'm not trying to shit on Intrepid Studios. That's not my goal. But my goal is for Intrepid Studios to actually recognize, right? The newest whiz-bang thing doesn't always solve your problem. I always program servers that handle network from scratch at the lowest level possible, but I don't know if Unreal Engine 5 is doing other things that adds issues to the equation. I always felt trusting game engines to handling network is so risky. Well, right. And what I'm saying out of the box, even if you're using Unreal Engine, you need a dedicated team of engineers to tune it, to tweak it. Yeah. At the end of the day, you're absolutely right. Especially for an MMO, and I don't know this shit firsthand, I just have to trust what people have told me. You're building an MMO and you don't have an engineering team, you're fucked. You can't trust any game out of the box to solve the problem. What the fuck? Yeah, so, and again, I'm not trying to be a jerk about it, but all the people that blindly tell Intrepid, well, it's okay, take as much time as you need. See, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. But that doesn't mean don't move with a sense of urgency. You're 5 years late on delivery. That holding someone's feet to the fire doesn't mean, right, doesn't mean that you want them to rush. Did I beat Tactics? I actually did beat Tactics, but I had to back out of the last fight and I had to downgrade it to hard. Somebody beat it on Tactician and I saw how they did it. Yeah, I got to build the perfect team. And the way the person did it, requires me to use a character that I don't like on the principle of the matter. I hate Mustadio. I hate that little ferret. I hate that little fucker. I have never used him. Unfortunately, for one of the fights, if you're gonna do it on Tactician difficulty, you need him. Because it relies on luck. You need to seal, depending on how the turns roll out, you either need to immobilize the single person that you need to get rid of, or you need to seal arm the other one so he can't add to the damage, and then you have 2 turns to mollywop him. And you can, but it really is going to depend on how those dragons get up there and do a lot of damage. So if you level up another, and this is what I don't like to say, if you level up another 30 fucking levels and you have enough hit points that you don't get auto-deleted, and I hate all the and thens. No more and thens. And then, if you've actually played through and stolen all the best armor, stolen all the best weapons, you might have a shot. But otherwise, yeah, no and then, and then, and then, no and then. Stop it. I don't want any more and then. But no, I'm gonna do another playthrough privately, where I build everybody out appropriately and try to clear it. It should be doable. I just didn't have the time because I leave tomorrow. I just didn't have the time. I will be right back. And then I'm going to come in there and put my foot in your ass and say, and then again, yeah, right. But no, it's a shame that, I mean, it really is a shame that, Ashes of Creation is gonna kind of flop. And I feel bad for them, but they aren't really in line with reality. Ashes is gonna flop because, truthfully, people are gonna see how Alpha went. Why do I hate Mustadio so much in Final Fantasy Tactics? I just think he's a little ferret. I just hated him. I just always hated Mustadio. It's probably from when I was a kid, and I just hated him. I hated the storyline. Maybe it's because I hated that he has a gun. But whatever it is, I hate him. I think part of why I hated him is because late game, when he has one of the rare guns, he does just an absurd amount of damage, and he makes Ramza, who's supposed to be the main character. If Mustadio has his elemental gun, then Mustadio has an elemental gun, Agrius is a holy knight, Sid is a divine knight, Maluda is a holy knight, and you're there as the main character, and you're like, I'm a piece of shit. Like, I'm not better than anybody. You know, a game is on the brink of death when creators' videos that shit on the game do better than the videos highlighting anything good. Yes. And that is That is 100% honest to God truth. It also has to do with when you start resting on your laurels. Good is the enemy of best, but best is the enemy of better. And I hated to do the video. I hated to be the jackass. But somewhere Steven has lost the narrative. When Steven said, and the 50, 60, 70,000 people that are going to see this live stream on YouTube. Hey, bro, you haven't had 50,000 see a live stream recap since at least before last December. And like I said in the video, and I didn't give a shit enough to go and look for when they actually had more. Then you've been either, number one, not getting status briefs, or two, they're lying to you on your status briefs, or three, they're using old, outdated data included with those status briefs that are still bringing the numbers up. It's like you're including irrelevant videos that keep the average above 80,000. It's like one of the things as a content creator, you could go, like, if you look at my average viewership, me as a creator, because I'll shit on myself. You look at my average viewership. My average viewership for video games is 9. Because the number that carries my, or the product that carries my number up into the low 30s is politics. Well, a video game company that's looking to have a creator make content for them should automatically exclude the politics data. You also want to exclude any outside of standard deviation numbers. So, like, if you take my overall channel average over all the years, I think it's in the low 70s, high 60s still. But that number's irrelevant because I haven't had those numbers routinely for a long time. You always have to be looking at data. This is lifetime. This is the last 12 months. This is the last 6 videos. And you need to have all those on the same sheet of paper, because honestly, Steven should have intervened a long time ago with the marketing, the non-marketing marketing that they do, and he should have said, why do we have so few people tuning into the live stream? Why do we have so few people watching recap videos? They're lying to him. The way he's acted towards content creators says how about how he'll act internally, and people are probably scared that if they don't schlabben janabin, they're gonna get shit canned. And you know, normally I don't think you're wrong. I think that if you have a person who clearly has an opinion about content creators that has gone from what he said years ago to what he has now, he's mad about something, and that's probably he's mad about how many people turned on him. And I say turned on him, and if I could have put my hands up in air quotes, I would have. Nobody turned on him. The people have just shared their opinion. They've shared what they think. They've shared what they feel. And Steven clearly needs the reminder that there is a difference between talking shit about a person and telling the truth about a shitty person. There's a difference between talking shit about a product and telling the truth about a shitty product. Why is it in Forsaken Giant I get a nutcracker like every other fight, and here I don't? the the truth is, when you surround yourself with yes men, you're never going to have a clear perspective on anything because you're surrounded by yes men. You need to surround yourself with no men. And it's why I've said this, and I said this for years before ever started being critical, hyperly critical of Intrepid. When I do a CPI event at a company, I always tell the champion, there's people that I need. I need the people that are involved in the process, people that understand the process, the people that are going to benefit from the process, and I need the meanest, nastiest, old, grizzled person that's never convinced about anything, that hasn't changed anything since 1979. And the reason why I need that guy is if I can convince the guy who hasn't changed a damn thing in 46 years that what we're trying to do is a good idea, that means we've hit all the markers. But even if we can't convince the guy who hasn't changed anything in 46 years, if I can get through his first 6 complaints, then that means, number one, 95% of the other people in the company are going to accept the change. And number two, he's probably going to accept the change. He doesn't like the change, but he feels like he was heard. But if you surround yourself with yes men, and I've seen the dangers of being surrounded by yes men. I've seen these dangers time and time and time again in the military. People that tell the boss whatever they think the boss wants to hear because they're trying to save their own bacon. Well, that doesn't get you a realistic view of what's going on. So, I think the saddest part is Intrepid Studios will launch Ashes of Creation at some point, and they'll take a deep breath thinking, we did it, we launched. And what it's going to be is, it's going to be chicken teriyaki when they promised everybody a cheese pizza. And just because they both start with C doesn't mean they're interchangeable. Doesn't mean people are going to be okay with that substitution. So I think that's, and you already know, if ArcAge got sued, if Tryon Worlds got sued right after they launched ArcAge, you know that Intrepid's gonna get sued. You know, as soon as they launch their product, they're gonna be involved in a lawsuit. Zero doubt. People sued Tryon over a 10% discount versus getting 10% more. And you think people aren't going to sue them about... It'll take that long. Because, remember, you can't sue somebody about a product until you launch the actual product. It's simply... Any lawsuit will get dismissed because the product hasn't been launched yet. Well, yeah, 10% off is depending on which part you were looking at. I don't want 10% more credits. I want my 10% discount because I want to bulk buy my credits for $100 and get the bonus, and then I want to buy all the small shit at 10% off, which is going to add up to a lot more in the end. But Tryon probably realized that and probably realized gamers were dumb, because gamers normally are dumb. And then there just happened to be a lawyer who was able to sue them. And yeah, it took him 4 years. It took 4 years to do. But that doesn't change the fact that in the end, they lost the case. They need to fix this. Where crit hits when the boss is in a stage still do full damage. Maybe Ashes will do what Warframe is doing, Eternal Beta. It's a hilarious thing, and I give props to the Warframe devs to feeling their game is never done. Yeah, and that there is some value in staying in beta eternally. Because when you stay in beta eternally, you do get some protection from people complaining about your finished product. Because then you get to say, we've never actually launched. Now, why Intrepid can't do that? Because Intrepid has already publicly stated that subscription time won't begin until game launch. So, Intrepid's monetization model is sub time plus cosmetic cash shop. For building my house with deviations and workbenches on the first floor, then second floor is plants and top is roof is defense. I would not bother putting turrets on the roof. The turrets on the roof generally will not shoot down to the ground. Unless they've made a change. That I don't know about, but since they don't have, since there's no value in doing, the base defense anymore anyway, I don't put turrets up for any reason. But when we last used them, turrets on the roof wouldn't shoot down to the ground. They will shoot, out and shoot the flying ones. They'll shoot the disciple if one spawns, but they won't shoot downward, which is, again, another one of those things that they need to work on. I can't play Warframe, and it makes me very sad. Warframe is the only game, that has triggered seizures consistently. What do you mean no value? There's better way to get resources. What resource are you trying to get? Because base defense gives no astresium. I will tell you right now, if you need to get astresium through your weekly base defense, just grow blueberries and make blueberry soda. Each stack of blueberry soda is 291 astresium. So I haven't done base defense in forever, and Where's that ridiculous tab? That's how many extra crates of Astresium crates I have. I was looking at the question you were asked about whether you would be a game developer or not, and I was talking to my programmer buddy, and we both agreed that game development is a thankless job, puts you in a winless position with how entitled most gamers are, and how incompetence is rewarded as long as you drip feed content. Well, yeah. I would absolutely love, right? I would absolutely love to have the opportunity to develop an MMO. Like, I would absolutely love it. But the problem is a good game is not going to be beloved by the modern players because it would have to have a certain level of difficulty, and players don't want that. Like, in this, well, before I say in this, Crusader Kings 3 is a great example of a game that's amazing, that's not beloved. Because Crusader Kings 3 doesn't have win conditions like the other Paradox games have. Holy shit. Picking on me, man. Crusader Kings 3 has achievements and goals, but there's no win condition. So you have to say, my playthrough today is, I want to restore Britannia. And then you have to go through and do that. I want to conquer all of Iberia. I want to win the fate of Iberia within 2 generations. I want to dismantle the papacy. And so you end up doing a lot of things to achieve a goal that you set for yourself. For me, I have... Sorry, I'm still stiff in the shoulders. I have Forsaken Giant down to 29 seconds. And so my goal is to get Forsaken Giant done in 25 seconds. I don't get any more loot for getting it done in 25 seconds. Yeah, the P90 is completely broken. It is... The P90 is now affectionately called Geneva Suggestions. With that said, I think Rifts, the tabletop game, would be an absolutely amazing MMO. Yeah, the Canadian... Oh, I like that! Ooh, I like that. The Canadian problem solver. But then that's giving too much credit to my hat. We don't want to give too much credit to the hat. The Canadian-inspired problem. There you go. But, truthfully, Ashes is the only game that has started off with a design idea that sounded like it was going to change the genre. Like, what people don't understand is... You know that cheesy-ass scene in Batman where he says, I believe in Harvey Dent? I believed in Ashes of Creation. I believed in it. I thought it was going to change the genre. I think that if you go back to the 2017, 18, and 19 ideas, those ideas were great ideas. But when you start when you start having too many good ideas, then you start to say, well, I can't make all of them, so what should I, that's why they say you have a cornerstone. Our cornerstone philosophy is and you don't like it drove me nuts when I was a young lieutenant, because in 2009, 2010, the Air Force was in the midst of reinventing itself. And you had these units coming up with like their mission statement and their problem solving statement and their, you know, my ass hurts statement. And my boss was like, do you have any of that shit memorized? And I said no, because none of that shit means a damn thing. And my boss was like, well, you're one of the officers, you should have it memorized. And I said, so you want me to memorize a flight mission and 3 values, a squadron mission and 3 values, a group mission and 3 values, and a wing mission and 3 values? And he said yes. I said, I'm not doing that. I said, everything I do, sir, I relate to one principle and one principle only. Is what I'm doing help me put warheads on foreheads? That's it. That is it. If there is something going on and it doesn't help us put warheads on foreheads, we don't need to be doing it. And this bullshit that we're trying to like learn mission statements and value statements and kumbaya, it doesn't help us put warheads on foreheads, so I'm not doing it. And he laughed. And so the first year I worked with him, I was cutting shit all the time. And literally, it doesn't help us put warheads on foreheads. We don't need to be doing it. Everybody that knows me, knew me from the military, knows me from the shows that I've done. I think one of the absolute dumbest things that the Air Force does is sexual assault prevention training each and every time there's a sexual assault in your command. Look, man, I don't know what fucking theory you subscribe to. I'm not saying that annual sexual assault prevention training isn't a good thing, because I think annual is a good thing. But I don't think you can brief the rapey out of somebody. I don't think there's ever been one time in one place in the entire fucking Air Force where there was a guy that was like, you know what? I was about to rape me some fine bitches, but I went to annual sexual assault prevention training and I decided to not do it. And so then I said that in a non-attribution, non-retribution setting, and they were like, A couple of years later, we started getting bystander training. To make sure that people knew not to stand around and be a bystander. Am I Canadian? No, I'm North American. I'm American. United States of American. Canada's my hat. How do I feel about income-based taxes in an MMO? I think income-based taxes are a great thing, because instead of having everybody have a static amount of taxes they have to pay for whatever reason, you pay based on how much you're earning. Because in an MMO, even more so than in real life, if I'm able to play 12 hours a day and I'm able to generate, let's say the average game session is 3 hours. I know that some reports have just said the average game session is less than an hour, but we're going to say 3 hours. In one day, I play as much as you do in 4 days. So in 2 days, I'm already on your next week. Income-based taxes are a good throttle. Now, what's not a good throttle is when you have income-based taxes, but you have player-to-player trading. Because then the auction house, which is factoring in the taxes, is setting the price. And what I mean by factoring in the price, the taxes is, I know I pay 10% taxes. I want $1 million for this cup. So I listed at 1.15 million to clear just about $1 million for the cup. But then that means somebody sells it direct and they're selling it for over $1 million because they say to the person, I'll give you a 10% discount and it's going to be just over $1 million. Well, now you have people that have the time to do things off of the auction house versus people that rely on it. EVE Online had a really good system. EVE Online, and I think more games need to have this, if your mobs are going to drop currency, I think EVE, when you went out and you ground on mobs, your corporation could set a tax rate where the taxes went straight to the corporation. I think you could do something similar if you were going to have a node-based game like Ashes, where X% goes right to the node, the settlement, or the civilization. Could you make it so any player-to-player trades are automatically taxed to the region where the trade took place? No, you really couldn't, because how would you do that? And also, you're trying to solve a problem and you're creating a bigger problem. I need gold. So my spouse, who happens to play the same game as me, walks over to me and gives me gold. How do we tax that? We're going to tax people a percentage of gold they trade player to player? Well, then you might as well not have a player-driven economy. I'm out grinding and my wife plays a witch and I find a witch's broom +4. Well, is my wife, I can't give my wife the item. You don't want to take the social out of the game. You don't want to have a badly designed game where you put a bunch of bullshit blocks in the way because you designed a bad game. What you want is you want to design a good game and you want to think about the things that need to be thought about. Why do you want a tax? Well, we want a gold sink. Or maybe we don't want a gold sink. Maybe we want the settlement to have revenue. Well, if we want the settlement to have revenue, why don't we just create a way for players to donate directly to the settlement? Why don't then we create a carrot so we create a reason why players would want to donate to the settlement? I feel like it's told so often to people in our culture in America not to hit women and abuse women that pretty much anyone that wasn't going to do it isn't. If anything, women need to be taught not to... There's more thought coming. Women need to be taught to not tolerate that shit? Absolutely. Absolutely. That is my second 4-5. I have 2 4-5s. I need a 5-4. But no, I think there's a lot of, and I'm man, it's gonna make it sound like I'm being a douchebag to Intrepid, and I'm not aiming at Intrepid in particular. I'm aiming at all games when I say this. You cannot start designing your economy as an afterthought. Your economy needs to be designed from the very beginning. Because every single thing you do in your economy, not to assault men because the amount of women that touch men without consent would surprise you. No, actually, Brandon, it wouldn't surprise me because I'm fully trained as a provider of intimate partner assault prevention. And women commit domestic abuse at higher rates than men do. But we don't have a crime for domestic abuse. We only have a crime for domestic battery. Hello there. So no, it wouldn't surprise me at all. In fact, what would surprise some people is because we have statistics on lesbian relationships, gay relationships, and heterosexual relationships, lesbian relationships have domestic abuse at 3.5 times gay relationships. So, no, wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. But no, I think we have far too many games that didn't think about their economies until way too late in the development process. And then you have a game like EVE Online that went so far is to hire a full-blown economist to... They had a PhD in economics working there for years because they had such a complex economy. And even EVE Online didn't tweak and pull the dials quickly enough. And so changes they implemented created more problems than they solved. Sometimes you have to... sometimes it's not about having the right solution. It's about being... Okay, that's cool. Let's say, where the fuck's my house? Sometimes it's not about having the absolute perfect solution. It's about being able to leverage that solution when it's needed. And I think that is a place where CCP lagged behind in their game development, in their economy development, and it seemed like every time they turned around, they were fixing a problem that a large section of the player base had already compensated for. And so by fixing A, they created B, which the players that were on the leading edge were able to exploit B to get even further down the road. Like, for example, game developers need to not be afraid to say, this isn't what we intended, and therefore we're rolling it back. This is not the dungeon I wanted to go. Game developers need to say, this is not what we intended, this has fucked up our economy, we're rolling it back. And if it's a sub-based game, then the only compensation you need to give people is 110% of the sub time. So, if it's a problem you have to roll 3 days back, give them 5 days sub time, 4 days sub time. Because you're taking away 4 days. Give them back those 4 days and give them an extra day or two as sweetener. The better answer is actually do QA testing. Actually tell the testing base what you think this change is gonna do. What is the intention behind this change? And more importantly than that, what problem are you trying to solve? And I think that's the other big one with video game developers. You're trying to solve a problem. But how big of a problem is it? For example, 50,000 people complain about the difficulty of the dungeon. Okay, that might sound bad, but you've got 10 million players. You're making a decision to change content based on what essentially is a number of people that are a rounding error. And then some people would argue, well, maybe a lot of people have a problem with the content and they're not complaining. No. People are always 3 times more likely to complain than they are to say good things. What I mean by that is, you have a complaint about a company. If you tell the story about the company you have a complaint about, you might tell 10 people your complaint about the company. But if you like a company, you might only tell 3 people the good story. You are way more likely to continue telling a story where you're dissatisfied than where you're satisfied. There's nothing wrong with that. But if only, yeah, it's crazy that we're wired that way. If you only have 50,000 complaints and you have 10,000 customers, don't change shit. Because remember, when you start changing things, you might be changing things. Yeah, we don't want happy news stories. We want tragedy and tribulations. Adaptable Fox, do you know why that is? Because there is a very specific reason why we don't want happy news stories. Why we actually want sad and depressing news stories. There's a very specific reason. I wonder if it's human nature to more than praise or social conditioning. It's human nature. It's human nature because remember, you are a giant biochemical entity. If you learn to control the chemical responses in your body, it doesn't matter what the input is. You feel it's like a distraction, you're close. When you read a good news story, when you read a positive news story, what happens is you get a momentary hit of dopamine. And that momentary hit of dopamine makes you feel better. It's why you smile, it's why you laugh, right? But then the problem is your dopamine level comes back down. When your dopamine level comes back down, you go back to feeling a certain kind of way that you felt before you saw the distraction. When you see a bad news story, as long as your life isn't worse than the bad news story, you don't get a momentary hit of dopamine that then tapers back down. You get a reduction in cortisol. You didn't get the spike. You didn't get the 5 minutes, 10 minutes of, I feel good. What you got is you got the rest of the day until the next stimulus of, I don't feel as bad. So instead of going from a 4 to a 9 to a 3, you stayed at a 4, but the scale went down to -3. Because now you're comparing yourself to a person that's way worse off than you are. Your scale suddenly got a lot more bottom to it. Your scale got a lot more bad. It could be worse. Like, why is it people like cat videos? They like baby videos. They get that dopamine hit. But then you've heard people talking about dopamine scrolling. You got that dopamine hit, and now in order to continue feeling good today, you have to continue seeing positive, happy stories. It's why two different types of people. You've got the people that ride the roller coaster of 2 to 8, 2 to 8, 2 to 8 all day, and you've got the other people that are just perpetually at a 5. Why is it the people that are perpetually at a 5 seem happier? Because they're not all over the place. Now, of course, you add in bipolar disorder, you add in clinical depression, you add in social anxiety. Well, those people are zinging 1 to 10, 1 to 10, 1 to 10. It's human nature. We would rather somebody else be miserable and that miserable person not be us, rather than be happy for a few minutes. Because Beth Crowley, I think is the singer, perfect doesn't last. You've been happy, you've had it perfect, you've had the perfect relationship, it doesn't last. So you know that. It's what you've been hardwired to accept. You would rather somebody else be miserable so you could say, at least I'm not that fucker, rather than you be the fucker that the bad thing's gonna happen to. Which is why I say, if you can learn to control it, if you can learn the signs of chemical imbalance, breathing techniques, posture techniques, the cold water. If you're not familiar with this, I'm not your therapist, so that we're clear. I'm just sharing with you out of all the books that are here. If you're the type of person that gets overwhelming senses of dread or anxiety, put your hands under the cold water. Make sure you get the insides of your wrists in the cold water. Leave your hands there for, 30 seconds. And then splash cold water on your face at least 3 times. But it has to be it can't just be like your hands are wet and you rub your face. No, you need that cup full of water, splash it on your face, do it again, and it short circuits certain brain chemicals. Because what it does is it starts to trigger your trauma response. And when your body goes into trauma response, you have fight, flight, flop, fawn, freeze. No matter which one you go into, oddly enough, you wouldn't think that people that are flopping or freezing are getting the adrenaline, but they are. All those other chemicals that are going on, your body's like literally saying to the cortisol and all the other chemicals, I ain't got time for your shit right now. I have to save the spaceship. Like shields up, red alert. There you go. It's the same thing. Control what media you look at. Also, control what I know this is going to go contrary to the book Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. I'll give you an example out of my personal life from yesterday. I was driving home from dinner yesterday, talking to my wife. My little one's in the back seat, and my wife's phone rings, and I said, "Who is it?" Because I'm nosy. And she says, "It's your daughter." I said, "Which one?" She said, "The field mouse." I said, "Okay." As we're driving, I can see the level of what the fuck on my wife's face. I can see the level of this is not a 2-second fix story on my wife's face. My wife's doing the fingers to the forehead thing. She's doing the hand on the side of the face thing. Because field mouse likes to go on and on and on and on and on. So my wife gets to where field mouse must have taken a breath, and she said, "Well, first of all, this isn't a conversation for me. This is a conversation for your father. And he's driving." I didn't want to get home and get caught up into this bullshit, because I know what that bullshit involves. So I said 10 words or less. And I got the problem. What took several miles of driving to get to the punchline with my wife, her mom, I got in 7 words. Because I don't need the fucking plot. I don't need the setting. I don't need the story. I don't need the genre. I need to know what the fuck the problem statement is. Because if you don't have a problem statement, I can't solve your problem. So what's the problem statement? What needs fixing? Because I don't want to, it's called vicarious trauma. I don't want to share your vicarious trauma. I don't want to share your sad story. If you have a problem, well, what was it, Vanilla Ice? If you got a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Exactly that. What's your problem? This is the problem? Great. This is the solution. Okay, I love you. Bye-bye. Now, does that mean you shouldn't ever listen to people while they just talk? No, you sometimes have to make that commitment. Gentlemen, it's more you that have to make that commitment. If you've never heard this, if you've never read Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, I recommend it. Who am I kidding? Half of you can't read above the 6th grade level. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just quoting a statistic. It's like this. Men will start telling a story to another man. He wants you to jump in as soon as you know the punchline. Not the punchline of the joke, but the punchline of the situation. Yeah, man, I got up this morning and I got in my car and I pressed the button and I didn't get anything. I didn't get like click, click, click. I didn't get like ran, ran, ran. I got nothing. The other guy says, did your lights come on? Yeah. Your starter's dead. Men don't want to ask for help. Men also don't want to tell the story. A woman is going to say, yeah, I got up this morning and I went out to my car and I pressed the button and I got no sounds, but I had lights and I called the neighbor and then the neighbor came over and the neighbor was like, don't you have a husband or don't you have a boyfriend or don't you have a... And then the girl came over and she said, well, I knew you were going to be running late, so I made you a thermos full of coffee. And then I got the car towed. And the whole time you're like, I don't fucking care. But she doesn't want you to solve the problem. She's already solved the problem. She's already had the car towed. She's already had a new starter put in. She just wants you to listen. And you honestly don't fucking care. But if you, I guess, want to get laid tonight, caring is the price of admission. I mean, I really don't have a better way to say it. I get in trouble for not having all the details when I relay other people's drama tea. Yeah, right? Like, who broke up with who? What do you mean they broke up? I thought they were doing good. How is he taking it? I don't fucking know. Why would I know that? It's bullet points for me, no fluff. You know, honestly, and I said this when I taught relationships, which is part of intimate partner violence prevention. For a man, fine is actually the truth. How you doing? Fine. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Men can actually think about nothing. Women need to learn this. Men, if they laugh and they're not looking at their phone, men, it could be anything from, and I'm not making this shit up, guys, we're telling the truth, right? A guy can be sitting, not looking at his phone, not talking to anyone, and start from the stomach, bust out laughing, and go on for 10 fucking minutes. And when you ask him what's so funny, it's a Bazooka Joe comic that he remembered from when he was like 8 years old. And they're not lying to you. That really is what it is. It's just something has happened. Something has happened that's made that joke completely fucking relevant. And women have a hard time, there's no way something could be that funny. Yeah, man, it is that funny. Men will remember a little limerick right? And they'll laugh for 20 fucking minutes. Like, I don't, like, the one that got me the other day. I don't know if you guys have ever heard, like, the dirty version of nursery rhymes. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, show me where the strippers are. Up above the club so high, show your tits and don't be shy. Like, that, I heard that shit probably 35 years ago. And that shit was hilarious then. And then I heard it the other day, and there's like cartoons. And I'm like, oh no. I think sometimes men do care, but we show we care by solving the problem and not really always realizing they just want to vent. Right. Men want to listen till they can solve the problem. Women want you to just listen. And it's just a matter of facing reality. You had one of those in math class once? Oh. Yeah, example. Women also fill in the blanks of a statement and totally change the entire meaning. Yes, they do. I really had fun with you tonight. Oh, you usually don't have fun with me? Karthos is exactly right on that one. It's like... You have to be very, very careful what words you use. With a woman versus a man. Or I should be more specific. A woman who was taught to communicate by women versus a man who was taught to communicate by men and a man that was taught to communicate by women. Growing up, I learned to communicate from my mother. My father, I think maybe, I'm not even joking when I say this. I think maybe my father's vocabulary to me, until I was about a teenager, was about maybe 50 words. And I didn't even get complete sentences. I was school, got homework, good. Chores done? Like, not even are your just chores done? My dad's a very simple communicator. My mom, on the other hand, my mom taught me a lot about how to be successful in the world. It's actually my mom who taught me never speak down to a secretary. If you want to be successful in the corporate world, don't ever speak down to a secretary. Because they have their own network, and once one secretary hates you, you ain't getting shit out of any of them. You want to talk about the E4 Mafia in the military? Don't ever fuck with the secretary Mafia, man. You ain't ever getting nothing. You're never getting anything ever again. Hold on, of course we're talking about, this isn't just women, but all people do this. It's most annoying when my partner does it. When I change my opinion, feelings on something and new information, my girlfriend will jump on me changing my mind as being inconsistent. Yo, listen, you gave me X, Y, and Z, you asked my opinion, then gave me A, B, and C and expected it to be the same. Quit your bullshit. Well, right. That's why, I've just gotten to the point where I say, what is it you're expecting of me? Like, what are you looking for me? What are you looking for from me? Like, what opinion am I allowed to have in this situation? And unfortunately, it's how it is. Saw a thread on Reddit where men were saying literally can be not thinking of anything or something super simple, and women on the thread found it so fascinating that we can be a blank slate. Right. Like, when a man says I'm not thinking about anything, and I don't know. I can think about absolutely nothing. Like, I can just zone. And some people are like, well, you can't really zone. Like, no, man, if you ask me what I was just thinking about, the answer is I don't know. I'm gonna say nothing, because if I say, what are you thinking about? I don't know. That's kind of a weird answer. What were you just thinking about? Nothing. If I was thinking about something, I have no idea what it was. I was calm. I was content. Leave me the fuck alone. But then again, I have insomnia, so there's a lot of times I struggle to sleep, but there's also times there's nothing on my mind. I go to the bed, I lay down. If I don't have some insomnia fit going on, I'm gonna be asleep in 2 minutes. Why? Because I don't lay down until I'm tired, and once I lay down, I don't touch my phone. Fuck that shit. Sometimes you stare off into space and nothing is happening up top. Sometimes I stare off into space and I hope that I don't get hit by a bus or some shit. I think this is the fastest dungeon to do, because you can get 3. If you find all 3, you can get 3 armor pulls in 2 minutes. I could do it faster if I wasn't bullshitting with you guys, but... You can do this a little faster with the dog. I should have swapped out for the dog, because I can send the dog into the middle room, and it'll, get everybody to leave me alone. That's what you don't want to have happen. Oh no. Oh no. I know I'm under attack. My gun is broken. Away. Not choosing things is a choice, but at the same time, I never say I don't care, because I feel like I don't, unless I genuinely do not care, but I will throw caveats on, like, I don't care anything but McDonald's. I don't care anything but Taco Bell. Like, if I'm just not anything but Mexican, like, I don't care where we go to dinner, because I'm fucking hungry and I want to eat, but I do not want Mexican food. Fight would be done so much faster if there weren't mechanics. Wait. Here. My girlfriend says I'm boring when I sit down for an hour, have a cigar, and do absolutely nothing. Maybe some music, but for the most part, it's nothing. She says, I don't know why you find that to be fun. It's just nice. I don't know how to explain it. It's not... Okay, so it's not that you find it fun. Because you don't find it fun. Because there's nothing fun about it. What you're doing is you find it enjoyable for the exact thing I said earlier. You're not chasing dopamine to then lose the dopamine high to need another dopamine high. You're low stimulation, so what you're doing is you're reducing your cortisol level, and then I'm going to call them the cortisol family of chemicals, because there's a lot of them. But you basically have dopamine, you have serotonin, you have oxytocin. Those are your feel goods. And then you have the serotonin family, the cortisol family. And what you're doing is you're actually improving how you feel because you're reducing your cortisol. You're removing a bad chemical, you're not adding a good chemical. Which is absolutely better for you than chasing the good chemicals. I mean, you should chase the good chemicals. You need those in your life. I wish Once Human let us have NPCs we could bring that assist but not carry us. Like 5 levels below us that carry basic high tier green or mid tier epic weapons. They're called your deviation. Just run the dog until you have a 5/5 dog, and the dog will do that for you. Or a 5x dog. But no, lowering your cortisol is actually better than chasing dopamine. It's why I say leave these out of the bedroom. Don't bring these into the bedroom unless you get a lot of middle of the night phone calls. Get a regular alarm clock. Because when you wake up in the middle of the night, believe this shit or not, you wake up in the middle of the night, you pick up your phone to look at the time. Even though you weren't expecting anybody to text you, because it's the middle of the fucking night, when you see that nobody texted you, your brain is momentarily gonna feel abandonment. And it's, people are like, I don't feel that way. That's why I said your brain is doing it. Your brain is doing it. It's a subconscious thing. Your subconscious mind is going to say, nobody loves you because nobody texted you. And then you're going to go back to sleep, or you're not going to be able to go back to sleep because your cortisol is going to go up. Of course nobody texted you. It's 4 o'clock in the fucking morning. Nobody should have texted you. In fact, if anybody texted you, you should beat the fuck out of them. Get Mr. Wish then, Brandon. Mr. Wish will revive you. Or, no, Doc Teddy. You need to get a Doc Teddy. He'll revive you. Russian drones just shut down a German airport because they were in the airspace. So now Germany has given its police the authority to shoot down drones. Oh, dude, no. No. Fuck, Russia, Germany, stop. I need to get to Universal tomorrow. After that, you can do that shit. I fully expect that when I'm trying to come home, wait till December. Oh, yeah. Wait till December. No, I'm not leaving for a week. I'm just leaving for a weekend. I'm gone tonight because I have to be at the airport at 4 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Of course, I'm getting to the airport early, but that's only because I don't want to be stuck in, I don't want to be stuck in TSA's line. I will be right back. I do the TSA pre-check. I do TSA pre-check because 99 times out of 100, MCO airport is fucked up. So I do TSA pre-check so that I can basically not deal with Orlando. I personally hate, and they've stopped making you do this for the most part, but what really triggered me was take off your belt, take off your shoes. Like, I don't want to take off my shoes. And then for a while before we got TSA pre-check after the first couple of flights, it was like, what's that on your left foot? It's a fucking brace. Well, you need to take that off. How do you suppose I take my brace off? Well, what do you mean? I can't walk without it, jackass. There's no chair here. Well, you're gonna have to walk through. Just fucking wand me down then. Like, fuck off. This is a stupid fucking thing to be dealing with. Like, this is a dumb fucking situation. So I got TSA pre-check. It also is a lot easier because with TSA pre-check, we had the little one, and my little one is autistic, and I shouldn't call her little because she's 5'9". But when you have TSA pre-check, and the line is usually shorter, so they're not in as much of a fucking yell fest. It's just like, guys, you can't give her instructions. Like, they'll be like, ma'am, young lady, ma'am, she won't listen to you. And like the one time I had to explain to a TSA worker, she was like, well, she needs to learn to listen. Dude, I don't even know if she fucking exists in your world. She is overstimulated. We are in an airport. I don't even know if she can see you. You might be a fucking talking candy cane to her for all the fuck I know. Like, give me a second. And it's always like they want to bring the kid through. Your girlfriend got escorted into a room because she had a foil-wrapped Chipotle burrito in her bag. Dude opens the bag, looks inside, looks at my girlfriend and cracks up. Okay, so you probably don't want to have a fucking Chipotle burrito going through the airport unless you're picking it up on the other side of TSA at the Chipotle. I'm just saying, like, there's some shit you should do and some shit you shouldn't do at the airport. That's one of the things you probably shouldn't do. Fucking Chipotle burrito. We always buy food on the way to the airport because it's 2 times the price in the terminal. Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with you. Look at this. 3 Deadshot violence with great numbers. Oh, how do I farm a dog with 5 stars? You just keep farming it until you get one. You just got to keep doing it until you get a good one. It's really the only way you can handle it. I never get good deviations. My hive mate gets me all my deviations. We don't need it. We need a 10 there. I don't disagree with you picking up food on the way to the airport. If we were staying at home tonight, well, actually, shit, no. If we were staying at home tonight, we'd still be fucked. We're like the first flight out of the airport tomorrow. So yeah, our load time is 6:30. Well, no, I think our load time is 6. I probably need to look that up now so I don't confuse myself. Come on. Yeah, board time is 6. And of course, of course, now that the gods know they can't fuck with me, my departure gate is E36. It is the farthest fucking gate. It'll probably change by tomorrow morning. But like, I have a friend who flies down for Halloween Horror Nights. He flies down the morning of, goes to Halloween Horror Nights, and then flies home. He never gets a hotel room. And he said he likes it because it saves him a lot of money doing that. He doesn't have, first of all, he doesn't have the hotel, which is anymore, the on-site hotels are anywhere between $300 and $900 for a night. Yeah, keep killing the monolith, boss. Keep killing the monolith, dog, and you'll eventually get a good drop. But he was like angry. Yesterday he was flying down, or the day before he was flying down, and he nearly missed his flight. Like he nearly didn't get on the plane. He got to the airport, and I've been telling people, don't even fucking worry about what the TSA app says, because they're not maintaining it. Get to the airport 2 hours before your board time, because you might get stuck in TSA where they have one lane open. And that's exactly what happened. He got to TSA and there was one lane open, and him and his kid were hauling ass through the airport to get down to the gate. Hey, come on. Give me what I need. No. Not what I need. Not what I need. One last try. Crit damage, weapon damage, damage against normal mods. I don't think this is gonna go the way I want, but we will try. Are you going to like me? Are you going to do this and then Rail will lose his shit on me? I need blue, purple, gold, gold. So I need this to go 3 in the top, 1 in the bottom. Nope. 1. I need 3 in a row to go in the top. Nope. Okay. So that sucked. In games in general, are there any in-game tasks you outsource? Like crafted items, smith gear, gear drops? I actually like the grind to finally drop loot when that's the only source. For this, no. We basically do everything ourselves in this. If you're asking me what I prefer, I do agree with you. I like when... I gotta go back. I like when the best... Oh, hold on. I gotta disagree with you. I don't like when the best gear is RNG. I hate RNG progression. I would rather be told that I have to grind 10,000 buffalo in order to get the gear I'm gonna want, rather than why will you not let me mount? Rather than grind 10,000 buffalo and still not get the drop I want. What are we doing? So, I don't ever want to be in a situation where I don't want to play another game again, to be honest, where upgrades are pure RNG. I don't mind if they give people an RNG route, like those who risk it get the biscuit. I don't mind a game where people can get ahead faster if they're willing to gamble. Like, for example, you can try to upgrade your weapon at an 88% chance, but it's going to save you 20% of the cost. I would rather invest 20 more percent of the cost to get to 100% upgrade. I really didn't like Arcage's system, but that was mostly the item gems to increase your chance. Right. I did not like in the slightest the Arcage system because I felt the Arcage system fucked me in the ass for years, and then it made it all up to me in one day, and it gave me my legendary club. I think it's interesting to have items that are so unlikely to drop that no one actually grinds for them. Once in a blue moon, it just happens, but probably better to have the general good gear be craftable. Right, but I agree with you, but here's where the flaw in what you said comes in. So there is an item that is so unlikely to drop that nobody grinds it. But how powerful is it? It does create a power imbalance for the people who do get... Well, that's the problem. How much of a power imbalance does it create? Because if it creates too big of a power imbalance, then you may not grind for it. But again, if I'm a guy that can game for 12 hours a day, and you're a person who can game for 3 hours a day, it becomes an advantage for me to go out there 6 hours a day and grind. Yeah, and that's exactly it. If it creates enough of a power imbalance, then people will grind for it. Either to use it or to sell it. And that's okay. It could just be a fancy reskin. Absolutely. Or it could be okay in a game like EVE Online where if it doesn't matter how great your shit is, if you get blown up, then your shit dropped, some of it got destroyed, and you gave the rest to other people. Then that creates an interesting dynamic. But again, as you saw, in most games, people don't like full loot drop. Shit, in most games, people don't even like items that can only be repaired a finite number of times. Even though people will complain about an in-game economy having to be meaningful, and the only way to make an in-game economy be meaningful is that items have a finite durability, they'll still complain about it. If you can play 12 hours a day, even without a power level difference, you will have skill and knowledge difference on most people. No, you won't. That's not true at all. Having more time to play doesn't mean I have more knowledge than other players, because all they have to do is talk to the officer in their guild responsible for their class, and that person gives them the fruits of everybody else's labor. What I'm gonna have is I'm gonna have more understanding for a limited amount of time whenever patches come out, but I can play 12 hours a day and Karthos can only play 3 hours a day. And so Karthos and I play the same class. Well, if I tell him everything I learn, there's no power imbalance. If I tell only the people in my guild, but one of the people in my guild tells Karthos, he still benefits from my labor even though I didn't tell him directly. If you have large-scale battles in EVE, then the effect of the outcome because of a single item player does decrease. So incredibly rare, but powerful items work better under those circumstances. Well, not exactly. Because if you know anything about EVE Online, then you know that somebody dropping in an officer-fit ship can radically change the battle because, for example, somebody drops in an officer-fit and now your entire fleet can't pop them. Right. It's important to know in that particular game, there are some situations where even one ship that's officer fit is going to become, for example, somebody has an officer, and this is back in the day, somebody drops in an officer fit Onyx, and now you can't pop the Onyx, so you can't get the point off of your Titan. Well, now you're in trouble because you can throw every piece of firepower you have on the board. You can't pop that Onyx. But you don't want to give up a Titan. So what do? Well, you got to bring in more ships. You have to bring in more capacity. Well, while you're bringing in more capacity, my side's bringing in more capacity. And now I can pop out of permanent point mode. And if your Titan doesn't have warp scram on it, then, or warp stabilizers on it, now we've gotten a support fleet in that can keep me alive, but I'm still very hard to pop because I'm officer fit. It becomes a lot of, it becomes really, really, really specific. But the other problem is it happens in other games as well. And the other games that it happens in is, for example, you have Arcade, where you know you're fighting me, and I'm a legendary club. I'm a legendary T6 club healer. Well, what do you do about that? You don't have enough people to kill me. So you have to specifically target all the other healers first and hope I can't keep them alive long enough for my damage dealers to kill some of your damage dealers, because every damage dealer you lose creates your inability to kill my healers. Sometimes one person makes a difference. Sometimes they don't. I think that's shitty game design. I think it's something they need to consider. It was like Steven and his belief that legendaries are going to be really, really rare. Okay, legendaries are going to be really, really rare. Well, what if a guild funnels all of their legendaries to one person? Well, now it doesn't matter how rare they are. You have one guy with 7 legendaries. Well, how much power difference is there? Because if there's too much power difference, then that one guy literally is turning battles on his own. And you don't want that. Because then literally there's no catch up. See right there, look at that. Right there, Brandon, there's a level 5. Now it determines if he's a 5/5. Oh, you better get in my bag. Yeah. So there's a 5-5. Well, that was easy. What is people's problems with crafters? I noticed that the Ashes of Creation community doesn't want to rely on crafters, which doesn't make sense to me. I'll grab that question and then I'll grab Salties and then I gotta get out of here. I gotta write up some stuff before I head to the airport. I didn't realize what time it had gotten to. What's people's problems with crafters? People's problems with crafters is that Intrepid Studios has designed a really, really, really crappy system. And their really, really crappy system is that, right now, they have 20% of a crafting system, and they didn't have an economic designer. And so everything they've put together is utter shit. When you have people spending days gathering mats, feeding one crafter, that's a shitty situation. Because if it takes multiple gatherers, yeah, it's an Ashes problem. If you have multiple gatherers feeding one crafter, and that crafter can only make a few sets of gear a week, then you have a bottleneck in power, because gear should be power. Gear, if it's not power, why the fuck am I collecting it? So what you have is you have gear, you have stats, and you have skill. And this is player skill. These three things combined need to be in tandem. If gear and player skill override stats, well then Johnny come lately is never going to be relevant until he gets gear. If gear, stats, and skill, if gear and stats overrides player skill, well then nobody can kill anybody because there's no counterplay. If stats and skill can overcome gear, then you don't have a gameplay loop, because nobody needs to grind for gear, because really good players with the right build, the gear doesn't matter. And this is Ashes' problem. This has been something I've said from the very beginning. If gear is only gonna, if a legendary piece is only gonna be like 6% more powerful than another piece, why the fuck are people gonna go through an infinite fucking gameplay loop to farm legendaries? You don't want so many legendary pieces that somebody can assemble Voltron and make an unkillable Onyx or an unkillable Paladin. But at the same time, there needs to be a reason. Now, what do I think about craftable top items but random weapon grade as a secondary thing to rarity that increases stats? I don't like it, because I don't like random. If you're like, I don't like Once Human because I have a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting the mod I want, and then it has to upgrade specifically. I could run content for, more specifically, I ran the Forsaken Giant 90 times, but I have it down to 30 seconds. So that took me the better part of 2 hours, because I have to go, I have to repair my gear, I have to get food, I have to do that shit. And I ran that 90 times, and I now have a mod that's decent enough. Rail could start right now running that dungeon, and he could run it all day, every day, 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day, between now and Monday. And because the odds are 1 in 10,000, let's keep it realistic that it could conceivably take him 166 hours of grinding to have one chance, just one chance, at getting the mod he needs. Now, he doesn't get the mod he needs, but he has approximately another 1,600 attempts. So 1660 divided by 10,000. He has one chance to get the mod he needs, and then he has another 16% chance to create the mod he needs. Imagine he did that. Just imagine he did. Imagine how bad he would feel if he spent 166 hours grinding and he never gets the reward. That's I quit. I think that's I quit long before that. But because of how the math works, I think a person that plays for 166 hours to get one upgrade and doesn't get it, they say fuck that and they quit the game. That's why I do not like RNG as the only option. Imagine the other way. Imagine if he could grind for 166 hours, but no, he has a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting the mod he wants, or he could turn in all the other mods he got to guaranteed get the mod he wants. I think that's more palatable. What if, in addition to the grade system, you also make it so that you can combine X number of weapons of equal grade for a guaranteed higher one? That way, yes, exactly. That's exactly how you should do it. That's exactly it. And here's why. So, I have a sword, and I want to make, we'll just say I have 5 tiers. So, I have a sword, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what I can do is I have two choices. When I'm going to go to a grade 2 sword, I need a sword, and I need a sword, and I have a 50% chance. Or I add another sword for a 75% chance, or I add another sword for a 100% chance. Now, for a person who can play a lot, they might be more willing to chance it. Like, you decide, fuck it, it's low level. It only took me about an hour to make the 2 swords. I have 2 swords, let me chance it. I'll take the 50%. But for me, I think to myself, you know what? I would rather guarantee a level 3 sword, so I'll get the extra 2. And now you need a sword plus a sword, right? Plus a sword plus a sword. But this is 4 level 2s. That's 4 level 2s. That's 4 level 2s. That's 4 level 2s. At some point, more and more people are going to risk it, because this isn't double the work. Now, you do it the next time, right? To do level 4, that becomes 4, which becomes 16, which is 4, which becomes 16. Look at how much of a pull on the market that puts. I could probably do this level by myself. I could probably theoretically do all that work by myself, but by the time I get to this level, I can't do all that work by myself. Now I'm pulling on the economy. That's a good system, because now miners are out there mining the shit out of iron, and they're like, wait a minute, I'm mining, Motherfucker, every time I put iron up at a gold, it's gone in 2 minutes. Fuck that, 2 gold. I'm gonna make me some money now because there's a pull on the economy. Last one. Is it possible to make a game working backwards from crafting? Yes. Not only is it possible to make a game working backwards from crafting, you absolutely, if you are planning on having life skills and combat, and you want these 2 things to be both have meaning, then you absolutely need from the very beginning to do your Venn diagram, and you need to say to yourself, how do I make the life skills relevant? How do I make the combat stats relevant? And then if I want these 2 things, where does best in slot come from? And then this right here where this conversation came in affects this, affects this. Now, I will say I don't like how Ashes of Creation dressed up the idea that crafters make the best shit, right? By saying you would need super rare drops from combat bosses brought over to life skillers so crafters could make the best shit. That's not crafters making the best shit. That's the best shit drops, and there's just a fucking extra step to it. You package that as crafters make the best shit, but instead of a finished weapon dropping off the dragon, a dragon eye drops off the weapon, but you still need a crafter for crafters to make the best shit. This is one way. It's not anti-crafter. It works if you do it this way. If you do dragon drops dragon staff, dragon eye becomes this weapon, or crafter makes equivalent but different. So, and I don't like the idea of equivalent but different, but if you want to do it that way, for example, you make the dragon shield, and a dragon shield gives the wearer invulnerability for 3 seconds. Yeah, as long as the dragon eye isn't locked to making one thing, absolutely. The dropped dragon shield makes the wearer invulnerable for 3 seconds. The crafted equivalent gives the person an AoE heal. The dragon eye allows you to make either. So you can go up a completely independent path where you make a dragon shield that has an AoE heal. You can go to the dragon boss and get the dragon shield, and it makes you invulnerable for 3 seconds. Or if you get a dragon eye, a max level crafter could make either item. They can make the AoE heal shield easier because the dragon eye takes out 2 of the major components. But you say your guild is always denied that dragon boss. Well, there's a longer 90 miles of bad road way to get to what you want. And that's how you keep things balanced. Anyway, I got to get out of here. I got to write up some information for my kid. We had our cat sitter got fucking mollywopped back to back. And so my daughter needs to know how to take care of these animals. I will see you guys. Remember, I will see you guys on Tuesday next week because my wife has a medical appointment on Wednesday. I'll see you then.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think you will be getting